Time now for Focus on the Field with your Ag Director, agriculturalist Bridget Riedel.
The National Pork Industry Foundation, a nonprofit research and educational organization led by industry leaders, has opened application for the Neil Dirks Scholarship to honor longtime previous CEO Neil Dirks. The $5,000 scholarship is annually given to a college student pursuing a graduate degree at a land-grant university in a field related to the pork industry. Applications are due December 31st. The winner will be announced at the National Pork Industry Forum held in Chicago from March 5th to the 7th, 2024. Full eligibility and application requirements can be found at the National Pork Industry Foundation website.
That's today's Focus on the Field with Bridget Riedel, your ag industry expert. Tune in for Bridget's Ag News updates each weekday here on The Flag.
Community focused, conservative minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM. WCFG Gilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA. The Flag. It's 6 o'clock.
From the WDAY News Center, I'm Tom Tucker. It's time for your Flag News Update. An investigation is now underway after a school bus was involved in a crash with another vehicle this morning in West Fargo. It happened just before 7 o'clock at the intersection of 32nd Avenue and Cheyenne Street. There were no students on board the bus at the time. The bus driver and the other driver involved were sent to an area hospital with minor injuries. Fargo police have arrested a foster parent on a child abuse charge. The investigation began recently when police found a missing 11-year-old boy who told officers he didn't want to go back when they said they would take him home. The boy told officers his foster dad, Austin Schindler, was drinking and had punched and slapped him. Police observed bruising on the child's body. Schindler faces a felony child abuse charge. A Moorhead man is in custody and facing charges for the alleged rape of a woman. Last November, police were called to a Fargo hospital where the victim told officers that Otis Manning Jr. injected her with drugs, threatened her with a gun, and sexually assaulted her inside an apartment. And the West Fargo Police Department will be receiving new rifle-rated body armor. The City Commission unanimously approved the department's request for the armor, which will be purchased with asset forfeiture funds. I'm Tom Tucker with The Flag and AM1100theflag.com. First with news when you need to know.
Buying a car can be a hassle, and it's not always easy to agree. At Valley Imports, we're here to help you find the perfect vehicle. Looking for a family-friendly vehicle, or maybe something a little sportier? With over 20 different models of SUVs, our team will help you find a vehicle that fits your lifestyle while staying within your budget. From the day of purchase to any future service and repairs, we're not here to sell you a car, we're here to help you find the car that suits you best. Valley Imports, where finding the perfect car is a journey tailored just for you.
The United States strikes back. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. U.S. defense officials confirming to Fox that Iranian-backed Houthi rebels shot down a U.S. surveillance drone near the Yemen coast. As the Israel-Hamas war continues, this incident part of a pattern of attacks on U.S. forces and interests in the Middle East. But now the Pentagon has responded.
U.S. military sources tell us that the U.S. military has carried out airstrikes in eastern Syria. It wouldn't have been against Houthi forces, but against Iranian-backed proxies who have been firing rockets and drones onto U.S. bases. 41 attacks on U.S. troops and bases since October 17th. These airstrikes, they're just getting the bomb damage assessment. We don't know how many locations, but if based on the last pair of airstrikes on October 26, the U.S. would likely be targeting unmanned warehouses, storage facilities.
That's Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. And as this war in Gaza rages on, the United States continues to work towards freeing the hostages captured by Hamas. The White House says it's a key priority to get all the hostages released. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby was asked by Fox's Jackie Heinrich if U.S. troops will be sent in to get American hostages out.
A ceasefire not only gives them time to plan and execute, but it legitimizes what they started on October 7th. And that's unacceptable to President Biden. It's certainly unacceptable, understandably so, to the Israeli people. A pause is, as I said, temporary, localized, specific purpose.
Kirby also denied reports that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke about a temporary pause in this war. Hunter Biden's attorney says subpoenas issued by House Republicans to members of President Joe Biden's family are a political stunt. The subpoena is the most aggressive step yet by Republicans in an impeachment inquiry bitterly opposed by Democrats. This move by the House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer to subpoena the president's son Hunter and brother James. America's listening to Fox News.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up?
I'm tired of feeling so bloated.
That used to be me. Then I got this.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right?
Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Learn more at alignprobiotics.com.
Why are central banks quietly amassing mountains of gold? Because they know the dollar won't last. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I urge you to diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text SHELTER to the number 989898 to get your free info kit now.
They are not just soldiers, they are our heroes. We owe so much to them. Let us never forget to pray for them and their families. Let us never forget the sacrifices they have made for us, honoring and saluting all veterans and remembering those who are serving and thanking all for their service and sacrifice. Have a blessed Veterans Day from your friends at Flum Region Mutual Insurance from Flum, Minnesota.
Skies will be clearing throughout this evening, but clouds will re-increase tonight. We'll have a northwest wind that sticks around 15 to 30 miles per hour with a low temperature of 31 degrees. On Thursday, it remains windy with gusts as high as 40 out of the northwest. We'll have a few scattered snow showers across the area, which may mix with a little rain from time to time with a high near 40 and cloudy skies and upper 30s for Friday with partly sunny conditions and lighter winds. From the Flag Skywatch Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Justin Storm.
Who will shine? Who will flop? Tonight, Republican candidates face off at the 3rd presidential primary debate. Pre-debate coverage begins now. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity on the Flag.
Yeah, welcome to it. 6 minutes after 6 o'clock, and believe it or not, it is Republican presidential debate number 3, sponsored by Americans for Prosperity. Joining me, I'm Jay Thomas, along with Scott Hennen, and of course, your host for What's on Your Mind on AM 1100 The Flag, and also 92.3 FM, and out in Western North Dakota, KTGO Tioga, AM 1090, and out there it's The Flag 92.7. Steve Hallstrom, host of the brand new Steve Hallstrom Show on those same stations, along with us. Scott, you ready for number 3?
Ready for number 3. A little bit of a letdown without Governor Doug Burgum in there for the hometown crowd.
Everybody's hanging in.
He's, we have an interview with him that Steve actually conducted a little bit earlier to talk about what this means. Chris Sununu, the governor of New Hampshire, came out today and said that anybody not on the debate stage is out of the running, basically, and suggested that not only Governor Burgum, but also Governor Asa Hutchinson drop out of this race. We'll see what Doug thinks about that from his fellow governor. Some friend, I'm thinking. I don't know. Not long ago, Chris Sununu was all but endorsing Doug Burgum for the presidential nomination.
What do you think happened there?
I think he thinks the debates are a really big deal, and I think he's also bought into what many on the Republican side are buying into, mostly from the anti-Trump crowd, that they want this down to a 2-person race so that somebody actually has a chance of consolidating the anti-Trump vote and there's an actual contest. Because right now it's David versus Goliath.
Yeah,
Trump's got a massive lead.
Yeah.
And if the status quo remains with multiple candidates through New Hampshire, through Iowa, through the early primary state, South Carolina, then the theory goes again, mostly from the anti-Trump crowd, that this is just going to be Donald Trump's. I think it's going to be Donald Trump's either way myself.
I do too. 2-hour debate starts at 7 o'clock. It will be moderated by NBC News anchor Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, and also conservative commentator. I know you had something to say about that. Hugh Hewitt will be number 3 on
Let's just talk about this a minute.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, the Republican National Committee controls these debates.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So the apparatus whose very mission is to get Republicans elected in offices, okay? That's their job.
Yep.
Republican National Committee. So they decide who to partner with on these debates. Why, in God's name, do they think it's a good idea to partner with NBC News, who spends the lion's share of their news operation ripping the Republicans, fake news up the wazoo? It's ridiculous. It's the simplest thing ever heard. Now, Salem Radio Network is also a co-sponsor, and so they throw us a bone. Hugh Hewitt will be there. But unfortunately, Hugh Hewitt, kind of an anti-Trumper too.
He is, yeah.
And also going to be one of those guys. Here's what I'd say about Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt wants to be on Meet the Press on Sundays.
Yeah.
You can't be Meet the Press Sunday conservative commentator if you throw too much red meat.
That's true.
So he has to sort of ride the fence a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And kind of decide where he wants to be. So I think you'll see Hugh try to, by the way, I think this is what happened to Rob Port. It's my theory on Rob Port too.
Okay.
Because like Hugh Hewitt, who was going to want to endear himself to NBC,
I know exactly
and
where
have
you're
to play
going
the game.
with this, yeah.
It's just like Rob Port sort of saying, well, there's journalists, and I was just this blogger that they all made fun of before.
I got to play.
Now I want to be one of them.
Yep.
So we talk about our colleagues, and we talk about, this, and we go anti-Trump all of a sudden. And
Well, I'll say, I don't think he was all of a sudden. I mean, I remember when I used to have Rob on my afternoon show, I'd do a weekly segment with him. And it got to the point where I told him, I said, do not bring up Trump, because you and I, if you were in the studio, well, I'll beat the living daylights out of you. I mean, it got that bad. And that was way before Rob went the way he did. I think what's going to be interesting tonight, Scott, and again, I'm coming at this as a comic guy. I'm not deep into the politics like you and Steve are. I'm just the guy sitting in the garage talking to my buddies, but we follow along. I think tonight, coming from my point of view, I think it is going to be a battle, and I mean a knock. I hope it is, and I hope these moderators will let them go at it. It's going to be Haley and DeSantis going at it. Why Chris Christie's still in this, I have no idea. But him and Vivek and Scott, those three, I think, are going to be left in the dust like Governor Burgum was in the last debate. It's going to be those two going at it hard.
Yeah, Nikki Haley has surged since the last debate. She came out of that debate, at least from the perception of Republican Party voters in these early states, as someone that performed well. So in some places, she's close with Ron DeSantis. It's really Trump, DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and then you get down to some mix of Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, and of course Chris Christie, a distant fifth, sixth, seventh. And I agree with you. It's really Chris Christie's in this for one reason.
Rip on Trump.
He hates Trump.
Yeah.
He wants to be the anti-Trump candidate.
And that's how he's getting the polling numbers. That's where he's getting the polling number. And by the way, Haley, I mean, she's rising. From what I read, she's doing very well in Iowa polling. Yeah.
Now, the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds, just came out and endorsed Ron DeSantis.
Yep.
Big victory for him. Obviously, Donald Trump would have liked that endorsement, did not get it. And certainly Nikki Haley did not get that. So that could be, I mean, Kim Reynolds is wildly popular in Iowa and well thought of there. So I wouldn't discount the value of that for Ron DeSantis. But DeSantis' star seems to be falling a little bit.
I think I am a DeSantis fan.
I am too.
I like the guy. I thought he would do, when he announced, I thought he'd come out hitting the ground running hard. He came out real shaky. He's had his ups and downs, but he just has not done nearly as well as I thought he would. Now, would that change if Trump, former President Trump, was out of this? I think it would. I think what's going to help Governor DeSantis, Scott, that is the debate coming up on November 30th with Gavin Newsom. That is going to be interesting. And Ron DeSantis, he better be prepared to go against that guy, because that guy will be the candidate for the Democrats. There is no doubt about it. 100%. He is going to be the guy. The guy scares the living daylights out of me. He's smooth. He's quick. He's got an answer for everything. DeSantis has got to hit this guy and body blow him and knock him out immediately. And if he does that, I think you will see DeSantis' rise.
I think it's a possibility that Gavin Newsom gets in at some point. I think clearly Gavin Newsom is positioning himself for that. That's why he was in China.
Yep.
That's why he's been raising his profile wherever he can. You see now this week we've had some interesting comments from the Obama camp. David Axelrod, James Carville coming out and
They're all
saying
turning.
Biden should maybe think about stepping away, and then they have to back off. There's really a war going on right now, clearly between the Obama camp and the Biden camp, wanting Biden to step aside. Yep. Then you've got the separate situation going on where clearly what the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is up to is interesting and a little bit of parlor intrigue. I would not be as full-throated 100% Gavin Newsom's going to be the guy as you are, for the simple reason you've got to figure out how to get Joe Biden out of the way.
They're doing that right now.
Okay,
even the media is helping.
I understand they are, and by the way, when the media starts to help, you know that there's this rift going on. But second of all, what about Kamala Harris? Because the second that Gavin Newsom, a white California governor, leapfrogs the vice president handpicked by Joe Biden,
fills all the boxes.
Well, yeah, but it's going to be you threw a black vice president under the bus in favor of Gavin Newsom. The Democratic Party would be in civil war over that.
Scott, I got to disagree. I think that party, they don't want her either. They do not want her, and I think that most people, they'll never admit it in public, on the Democratic side, they know too that she is a walking disaster and is no good for the country, no good for the party, and they are going to slick and slimy. They're going to slide Gavin in there. Trust me, and I will bet whatever the bet is, you and I'll take it up. I'm telling you, Gavin is the guy. And I said this before, Gavin Newsom, that dude scares me. He reminds me of the father of Damien on The Omen, Gregory Peck's character. I'm serious. And today I said the same thing on my show. I said, look, one of the greatest Christmas movies of all time, Die Hard. Yes, it is a Christmas movie. But the character in there, the slick guy with the suit, and tells John McClane, Hans, I'll get you, John. I'll get you the guy. And John McClane say, don't do this, they're going to kill you. When I'm watching him talking to China's, what's the president's name, China? ZZ. Yeah. I'm watching him going, that's the scene right out of Die Hard where the bad guy pulls a gun out and blows his head off. I'm telling you, Gavin Newsom is a slick, slimy dude. And I think Americans that are not into politics, they see a good-looking guy, they believe all the garbage coming out of his mouth, they're going to vote for this guy.
He is a political child of both Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who both, in their own way, just defied logic. Clinton was just a smooth talker and obviously was Slick Willie. That's what they called him, right?
Yep.
And then you had Barack Obama, who sent tingles up the legs of people, and Chris Christie bear-hugging him, and everybody fawning over him. Barack Obama was a very, very good politician. So is Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
And so is Bill Clinton. So I don't doubt any of that. I just think that there's a lot of things that have to happen in a very short period of time, getting ballot access, all of that makes the Newsom thing less and less likely every day that it doesn't happen. But
let me ask you, do you think there's any chance that Trump does not get the nomination? With everything going on, do you think he does not get this?
The only chance that would happen is if he is the decision maker deciding he no longer wants to be the candidate. But if just the normal process plays out, Iowa, New Hampshire, all this comes together, Donald Trump's going to be the nominee. And I think for good reason. Look at the national polls now. Look at the New York Times has to admit that in 5 of 6 battleground states, Donald Trump is beating Joe Biden. Now, something we should add, a generic Republican beats Joe Biden by a larger margin.
Yeah.
But still, you don't put generic Republicans on a ballot. And I think the worst things get in this country, and right now you got a world on fire as a result of Biden weakness.
Yep.
You have people who say, wait a minute, it costs me more for everything, and my paycheck's worth less.
Crime is through the roof. Yep. People are pouring into the border. We have no idea what's going on. There's a lot of stuff going on.
And contrast every one of those benchmarks of Biden failures against how things were when Trump was in office. And I'm telling you, I think a whole lot of people that wouldn't be considered political animals are going to make that calculation to say, I don't care if Republican or Democrat. I just want it back like it was when Trump was there.
But also, human beings are creatures of short memory. Let's hope that when they go to the polls, they remember what it was like when Trump was in office, and they don't forget that, because it was a different, not just a different America, it was a different and safer world then.
It was. Hey, if you have a comment on what you'd like to have happen tonight, or what you're looking for in the debate, or who you expect to win or lose, or what you're looking for tonight, or what you're predicting is going to happen, give us a call, 701-271-1100. You can also email us, studio@flagfamily.com, and you can comment right there on the website where we have our live broadcast stream. Jay and Steve and I will be actually commenting during the debate, so you can watch the debate and you can hear our analysis as we go live, kind of live blogging the thing on the air on the website as well. But wherever you leave your comments, we'd love to hear them. We have a live studio audience again with people that have signed up to be part of the watch party here. We're going to be talking with them about what they expect, and also Governor Doug Burgum had a conversation with Steve Hallstrom earlier. We should maybe play that a little bit and talk about the guy that's not on the stage tonight, Jay.
Yeah, let's. We'll hit that after bottom of the hour. And I know Steve on the Steve Hallstrom show just a couple hours ago. He had that conversation with Governor and presidential candidate Doug Burgum. Also, interview. She is, I believe she's a blogger, a YouTuber. Lana Loomer, is it Lona Loomer? I can't remember Laura Loomer. And she did about a minute and a half interview with Burgum. And she kind of hit him hard, so we'll play that here coming up as well. So a lot of stuff going on. And again, thank you to everybody listening on AM 1100 The Flag, 92.3 FM, WZFG. Also, you folks out in Western North Dakota at KTGO Tioga, AM 1090 The Flag and 92.7. Also, you can listen anywhere in the world online. The YouTube channel is up. You can watch it there as well. Also, we have a chat room there. And after the 2-hour debate, we'll do like we did last time. We'll have a post-game show. And we had calls from all over the country. And we'll do it again.
We will. There's also a QR code on the live feed where you can send your suggestions just by popping your phone up on the QR code, too.
And how dare Hallstrom come in here with those delicious meatballs from Casey Joe's Catering and not share any of them? They smell fantastic. The food is free, and that's courtesy of Casey Joe's Catering. Big thank you to that crew. Again, big thank you to Andrew is it Nyhouse from Americans for Prosperity.
Andrew's going to be in here in a little bit and chat with us about his perspective on the debate. And by the way, our guests are enjoying those meatballs.
Yeah, they smell delicious, man. They smell fantastic. All right, a lot to come this evening. Again, the debate starts at 7 o'clock. It is a 2-hour debate. 5 candidates on the stage, which it's dwindling down. So hopefully we're going to hear more from the candidates. You don't got as many up there. Don't have as many up there fighting. But again, Scott, I really think it is going to be a Haley DeSantis show tonight. It's going to be a showdown. Those two are going to butt heads, and I mean butt heads.
Okay, that's I believe, a good assessment.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with you that both of them needed to be about them tonight.
Yeah.
They desperately need a win. So a lot of the focus is going to go there. But Vivek Ramaswamy isn't going to take that sitting down.
That's true.
And
That's
Chris
true.
Christie isn't going to take that sitting down. And Tim Scott's going to be like the Governor Burgum of the last debate. Hey, what about me? What about me?
Out.
He's the one that's going to have to fight for airtime. But I think this is more of a four-way battle myself. Christie doing his anti-Trump trope.
And that's all he's got.
Yeah, and Vivek Ramaswamy, who's rock solid in these debates, does really, really well and isn't afraid to spar. The first debate, he ripped all the other candidates something fierce, said they had no character. It was just really bad.
He came out swinging.
Came out a little more lovey-dovey in the last debate, so this will be the rubber match and see which of Vivek Ramaswamy shows up. But don't discount him.
All right, let me ask you this before we run to our first break here. So you have these candidates. You have Governor Burgum. You got Vivek. You got Haley. You got DeSantis. Trump gets the presidency. Do you see any of these folks as part of his cabinet? I got to believe he'd reach out to Doug Burgum for sure.
Yeah, he said favorable things about the governor. Of course, the governor has endorsed Doug Burgum. The governor endorsed Donald Trump. He's been a supporter of Donald Trump. So he, I think, has done better than anybody in threading the needle of not being anti-Trump while running against Trump for the Republican nomination. He's done a pretty good job at doing that, and I would expect him to probably to continue that path. I don't see Doug Burgum as a cabinet secretary. It reminds me of Ed Schaefer. Ed Schaefer was governor, and everybody wanted him to run for Senate because he had a Gold Star political name to take him on. He never wanted to because he just wasn't the kind of guy that was wired to be one of 100 in the United States Senate. And I see that sort of with the entrepreneurial acumen of Doug Burgum is such that I really can't see him trying to maneuver 110,000 people at the Department of Energy, right? and then be one of whatever cabinet members and be subservient to the president. So I think he's just got too much hands-on CEO DNA.
I need to be in control, and
Right.
I mean control of everything,
Right.
hence being the president.
I think if he ends up falling short here, he may get a voice with the president, maybe a good ally of the president's, might continue in some effort informally, but I don't see him being in the cabinet myself. And as far as the others,
Ramaswamy?
Probably. I don't know.
He's threaded that needle with Trump, too.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing the Republican Party needs to do is build a bench, and Vivek Ramaswamy belongs on that bench. He's done a pretty good job here. I'm still a little lukewarm on the guy because of some things that concern me, like the Soros funding that he got in college, and some of his comments, flipping around a little bit on issues. He seems a little on the slickster side for a guy that's trying to say, hey, I'm not the politician here. But he's certainly performed well. He's a great, articulate spokesperson for the conservative cause, which we need more of. So I'd like him in that regard as well. But I agree with you. I think Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, both do or die debate night. So they're going to be like piranhas trying to suck up as much time, get as many shots in as they possibly can, all while trying to hold off Ramaswamy and Christie. That's going to be what we're going to watch tonight.
All right, it's 24 minutes after 6 o'clock. The debate, of course, starts at 7 o'clock, coming to you live from Miami. And by the way, former President Trump, again, skipping the debate, and he is going to be holding a rally about 10 miles away tonight. I love that.
Classic Trump.
How cool would it be? I know Trump is not touching these debates, and he doesn't need to. He'll wait. Okay, if I have to, there's one left, I'll go after that person. But can you imagine one of these debates, and he just shows up? There's Trump. How cool would that be? Never going to happen, but it would be cool.
And of course, who knows? He might, if this field winnows down a little bit, he might end up joining the fray at some point. If it gets down to 2-3 candidates, who knows? But yeah, he's a performer, and he's going to have a mob of folks about 10 miles away eating out of his hand.
Yes, a lot. And when you say mob, you're right, a mob. And we're talking a mob, a lot of people. All right, before we go to the bottom of the hour break here, let's real quick, if we could, JT. This is about a minute and a half, and this is Laura Loomer doing a quick interview with Doug Burgum. Here's that interview.
Hi, Governor.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
My
too.
name's Laura Loomer.
Laura
Loomer. I'm a conservative journalist, and I was just wondering, you're polling right now 1% in the GOP presidential primary polls. So what's stopping you right now from just dropping out of the race and endorsing President Trump? Because clearly there's no path to victory.
Well, I disagree with that. I think competition's great for the Republican Party, and it's great for America. And
you think there's a path to victory with 1% polling nationally in GOP primary polls?
I think that's up to the voters in Iowa, New Hampshire, and where we're polling at higher rates
right,
there.
But they decided you're at 1%. So why increase division in this country instead of just endorsing the leader of the Republican Party, President Trump?
I don't think I'm increasing division when I'm running against Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is 100% 80 degrees wrong on economy, energy.
Yeah, but people need to start uniting their resources and their time, right, behind a candidate that can win if we're really going to defeat Joe Biden. You're at 1% nationally. So I'm just saying, is there anything stopping you from endorsing President Trump? Do you see yourself, like, when you do drop out, because that's inevitable, will you be endorsing President Trump and supporting him as the nominee?
I will absolutely be supporting a Republican over Joe Biden, but we don't have a national primary system. We have a state primary system that Theodore Roosevelt created to put power in the hands of the people.
But will you be supporting Trump, though?
I'll be supporting the Republican nominee against Joe Biden.
It's going to be Trump. Are you going to support Trump?
He's answering your questions. We're going to go on. The voters get to decide.
The voters want Trump. The voters want Trump.
That wasn't an interview. That was an interrogation.
That was a hit piece.
Kind of a female Rob Port in the suggesting that he should drop out because he's only at 1%. Only difference is she was clearly of the opinion that Donald Trump's going to be the nominee, and I think he is too. I think that's obvious from anybody that looks at this right now. That's the front runner. But you still, to the governor's point, have to have New Hampshire, Iowa, South Carolina ultimately make that decision on who they want. And polls today on that front really don't matter.
27 minutes after, Steve Hallstrom, host of the Steve Hallstrom Show on AM 1100, The Flag, 92.3 FM, finally joins us. He's all meatballed up.
Oh, man.
Thanks for doing that, bringing him in here. Scott and I are just going, oh, what is he doing to us, man? Oh. Well, Janae just brought me from the coffee club a whole plate full of goodies. Steve, before we go to the break, your thoughts on tonight's debate. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, I think it's, we're we're going to see bad moderating is what we're going to see.
Well, yeah, that's a given.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I can't wait. Lester Holt asked the whole stupid questions. It's going to be just painful.
The lowest rated anchorman on
already.
TV, and he's he's one of the moderators.
I heard Scott's diatribe on that. He's 100% right. They're just trying to get some ratings where they can. I don't know. I think we're going to see some commentary based on what happened last night. I think we're going to see some discussion, or we should. If the moderators are doing their job, we're going to see some commentary on what happened last night in Ohio. I think that is there's something that Republicans need to really address with that. And Jay, you and I talked about it when you came in and stopped on my show, is how do Republicans handle these social issues going into 2024? And I think that's going to be discussed tonight is, how do we handle guns? How do we handle abortion? How do we handle climate change? Because independents and moderates clearly believe there's something there. Mm-hmm. And if Republicans want to be competitive, they're going to have to figure out how to tell their story. You can have whatever position you want to have, but you're going to have to be able to tell your story in such a way that doesn't alienate people in the middle. So I think that's going to be an interesting part tonight. And I'm kind of with you guys. Of all the debates, and I can't figure out if I feel this way just because Doug isn't in there, or if I just am really cringing the fact that NBC is going to be moderating, or what the story is. But I just feel like this could be a total train wreck. With Nikki Haley got clearly more emboldened from the first debate to the second one, and she was, I don't want to say unhinged, but she came in at an 11, like she was shot out of a gun, and she didn't calm down the whole night. And so I think we're going to see more of that, because I think she feels like that's working for her, because she's clearly had a bump in the polls. So she's going to be insufferable tonight, I feel like. And I'm trying to speak respectfully, but I just feel like we're going to see her, doubling down on all of that. And then you're going to see the people on the edge, like the Tim Scotts, they're going to have to come out and throw some haymakers to try to get something done. I'm interested to see how DeSantis comes out, because I thought he was really weak in the second debate.
Yeah,
he started. He got a lot better, but he's way too deferential to begin with. As someone who is in the DeSantis camp, I want to see him come out and say what he needs to say it clearly, and talk about the issues that Doug Burgum has made famous. I want to hear about energy. I want to hear about the economy. I want to hear national security. And I want to hear Ron DeSantis lay out what he's done in Florida and how he can tie that into what he wants to do nationally. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there. Chris Christie, I just hope he doesn't talk very much, because he's not going to be in this thing.
He's there to rip on Trump.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's still there. I'm really actually. Now, I think the only reason he is because the never-Trumpers, anti-Trumpers are the ones that are helping him in the polls to keep him in this thing.
I agree. And can I make one comment, too, about that quote-unquote interview that you just played with Laura Looney Tune or whatever that. You guys, like, the Burgum camp should never talk to that woman again, and woman, guy, I don't care, but never talk to that reporter again. And they got to try to vet these people a little bit better. There's no way that person should have been able to see who in the world that person was and what they were all about. And when you stop asking questions, you just start saying, well, you don't have a chance, and now it's just your opinion matters on these things. And I thought it was really embarrassing. That did journalism a bad turn right now.
I would disagree with it that they shouldn't do the interview, because I think you can engage with everybody, and I think the governor handled himself pretty well on it, but she was a total jerk about it, very unprofessional. And
there's a lot of people you can do an interview with. But you wouldn't have had to do
the problem was with people like that, so-called journalists. Anybody that has a microphone or podcast now considers himself a journalist. She'll take that thing, chop it up a gazillion different ways that make him sound bad. You're right. I think the problem is, guys, that Burgum's numbers are so low. I think his people are just basically at the point, let's just take any interview we can to get my name out there. And even when you're low, pick the best of the best.
I also think, I don't know when that one interview was from, but it's not recent. It was a while ago, and it was at some kind of an event. It might have even been the last debate where they were in the spin room, and then you pretty much interview with anybody.
That's true.
People just get in line and go, and so it isn't like it was set up. So, and they clearly were trying to end it, because she wasn't being serious about it in her questioning at all.
Whoever that was that ended it was the hero of that deal, because it was pathetic.
Let's bring on a real interviewer.
Yeah, let's do that when we come back.
And Governor Burgum's interview Governor Burgum, because our own Steve Hallstrom did earlier today.
Yeah, about just a couple hours ago, you got to talk to him. You got a good chunk of time with him.
Yeah, and I thought
because he knows you're going to ask real questions and not do the setup and get you stuff.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to be a cheerleader for Doug, but I just think it's great for North Dakota when he's in there and in the fray, and he is really good at talking about the things that matter to Americans. None of this garbage that everybody spends time. He's talking about stuff that matters to people, and you can tell he's clearly upset about the criteria and how this was calculated, and he feels like there was an effort underway to keep him out of that discussion, and it was a pretty lively conversation, no doubt.
Not on the stage tonight, but we're going to give him some stage time when we come back. It's the third Republican presidential debate, and it's sponsored by Americans for Prosperity. North Dakota, Andrew, he's going to join us here before the debate at 7 o'clock. We'll also talk to Andrew a little bit later on as well after the debate. So when we come back, Steve Hallstrom's interview just a couple hours ago with North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum and presidential candidate. We'll have that next here on AM 1100 The Flag, 92.3 FM, also AM 1090 The Flag in Tioga, KTGO, and 92.7, and anywhere in the world at AM1100theflag.com. More of our pregame show when we come back.
Join our online watch party for live reaction during the event at AM1100theflag.com. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity.
Are you turning 65 or retiring and now joining Medicare? High Road Partners is an independent local brokerage with agents licensed in Minnesota and North Dakota that would love to help you. It's a rapidly changing Medicare market, and High Road Partners will guide you to a plan that's just right for you. And it doesn't cost you any more than going direct through the insurance company. Just go to highroadpartners.com or call 701-997-3734. That's 997-3734. Not all plans offered in all areas.
Now's the time to start your new career with Northern Plains Equipment. As a certified Case IH and New Holland dealer, you could be Northern Plains' new service manager in Minot. If you have an agricultural background, excellent problem-solving skills, and are able to ensure the service department can efficiently and effectively process repair orders, apply today by visiting plainsag.com. Northern Plains Equipment is 100% employee-owned, offers great pay, great benefits, and opportunity for growth. Northern Plains Equipment is an equal opportunity employer.
All the special interests are represented in Bismarck, but who speaks for you? Center of the American Experiment does. Our policy fellows dig into the tough issues that matter to you and offer common sense solutions on education, taxes, crime, and energy. American Experiment is the trusted, nonpartisan voice of North Dakotans like you. We are working every day to make North Dakota a better, safer, more prosperous place. We are American Experiment North Dakota. Go to americanexperimentnd.org to learn more.
Maximize your profits this harvest season with Brock screenless dryers from Gateway Building Systems. Experience a mixed flow dryer unlike any other. The Vector Energy Miser mixed flow dryer is equipped with innovative features that enhance grain flow and maximize moisture efficiency. As a top supplier of Brock dryers, Gateway Systems has you covered. Visit gatewaybuilding.com now to discover more about the Brock screenless dryer.
Tonight, Republican candidates face off at the third presidential primary debate on The Flag. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity.
Steve Hallstrom, Jay Thomas, Scott Hennen here with you. We are in our pregame coverage for the third Republican presidential debate. Well, Doug Burgum will not be on the stage in Miami tonight in debate number 3. He made the criteria from the Republican National Committee in the first two, but didn't make the cut tonight. Earlier on the Steve Hallstrom show, I had a chance to talk to Doug, and I said, so now that you got to find something else to do tonight, what are your emotions having to watch on from the sidelines?
Well, I'd feel differently if I thought that the debates were actually real presidential political debates. But as you've seen in the first two, when they're just designed by the networks to generate inter-candidate conflict for clickbait that helps the business models of the networks, it's not like I'm missing out on something that's going to change the shape of the race. I mean, the leader of the race isn't even participating, and the rest of the crew will have an opportunity, I'm sure, again, to attack each other all night. And that's really a disservice to the voters because, presidential debates used to be something that had some political, they had some gravitas to them, and you actually the moderators tried to help understand the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates so that voters could make better decisions about who should actually lead and run the country. And that's not happening. And of course, these RNC insider clubhouse rules where they nationalized. I mean, the reason we're having this conversation is they're trying to take power away from the states. I mean, this is exactly what Theodore Roosevelt fought and won over 100 years ago, which is we're going to take it out of the hands of the DC insiders and the political pundits and the pollsters, and we're going to put it in the hands of the people. Presidential primaries, the field gets narrowed by voters in states like Iowa and New Hampshire, but they're trying to artificially and prematurely narrow the field, restrict access to these clubhouse events based on a number called "Where are you polling nationally?" And there's not presidential primary going on in California and New York. That's 20% of the people in a national poll are in states where we're not on the ground competing in those states. We know how those states are going to vote in the presidential election. But in Iowa and New Hampshire, those folks are not happy that the RNC is creating a bunch of rules. And it's not even like we got 3 members in North Dakota that sit on the RNC. They don't get a voice. 2 people at the RNC that are deciding what these criteria are. And we cleared the hurdle for Iowa, New Hampshire polls, and we cleared the 70,000 donor threshold. A lot of those folks from North Dakota, thank you for the support. And we didn't clear a national polling number. But that's, again, the only people that lose in this one is the voters, because the voters, competition is good for this country. It's good for the Republican Party. And it's 2 months before the voting starts in Iowa and New Hampshire. There's no actual rational reason to be trying to narrow the field from 6 to 5 at this point. And there's some of the folks that are on stage we're tied or ahead of in some of these early stage polls, but they've served in national office. They've spent their life in D.C. They're career politicians. They got higher national name recognition. So these rules, they're not only tough for somebody who's coming in from the outside, but they're tough on anybody from the Midwest, because if you're from a large major media market on the East Coast and you've spent a lot of time on national cable channels, you've got higher name recognition, and that's what it takes to win to get those kinds of numbers in a national poll. It takes name recognition. But we like our position. We're charging forward in Iowa and New Hampshire. We got among the highest favorables, and we're still the least well known. And when you're in the position where it's better to have super high favorables and not well known than everybody knows who you are and you got low favorables. That's the tougher spot. I mean, we know that we can continue to move the dial, and we're going to continue to do that in Iowa and New Hampshire.
Yeah, I saw you got that second state poll at 4% that came in last week, and so I think we were all hoping that there might be another 11th hour miracle like there was before the second debate. Just didn't quite happen. And I will agree with you. We've done this, so we've been doing live commentary on the radio during the first couple of debates, and the moderators have been horrible. We have ripped them up one side and down the other just for, just ask the same question and let everybody have a turn to answer, and then go to the next person and say, okay, now you get to go first, answer the same question, and tell me, how do you handle climate change? What's your response? How do you get the economy in better shape? How do you handle inflation? How do you handle terrorism? And just let the candidates talk about the issues that matter, rather than matching one person against one with something and then going to another question, and nobody gets to really learn anything about where the candidates are at. So I completely agree with you on that. So I hear you there. My next
question. I'm going to say,
yeah, go ahead.
Steve Hallstrom, you should be moderating the debates. That would be.
Oh well,
let's get you up there. The voters would actually, learn something about the candidates, which is supposedly what the point is. But they turned it into kind of a reality TV show. They're trying to do what they can to, like I said, sell some clicks.
Yeah, I know it, but it doesn't take me. I mean, I'm no genius here. I just say, what do people, like a ninth grader should be able to figure out how to run a debate where you actually get meaningful content out of it. But anyway, I'm off my soapbox there. So how long do you say I'm going to give myself to stay in this thing for sure before you are willing to say, okay, maybe it's not going to happen this time around? Are you committed to getting through Iowa and New Hampshire or the first 5 primary states? How are you looking at that, Doug?
Well, we'll make a decision after New Hampshire, but we're absolutely committed. We're taking all the effort to make sure that we're on the ballot in all 50 states we've got to be prepared for upside because that can happen. There are other candidates that aren't even filing in some of these states, and yet they're still continue going. But we're doing all the filing, but we'll definitely take a look after Iowa and New Hampshire. But that's the job of those two states is narrow the field. That's what they're supposed to do. 98% of the delegates are still available after that. There's no reason in the world to try to be narrowing this from 6 to 5 or 4 right now when that's the job of these early states. I mean, this is why we have state by state primaries. People in Iowa and New Hampshire, many of them we've met multiple times. They come, they look you in the eye, they shake their hands. They understand. They're not just making a decision off of some soundbite. And I'm guessing those people in Iowa tonight are going to be watching the Country Music Awards.
Yeah, probably so. So Chris Sununu comes out yesterday and says, you know what, if you can't make it on the stage for these debates going forward, yourself and Asa Hutchinson, maybe it's time to step aside. And when I saw that at first, I'm like, isn't this the same guy who 3 weeks ago was talking about how Doug Burgum's got some good ideas, and he talks about climate stuff, he talks about trade, he talks about technology and foreign relations, and he's got a message that we need to hear, returning power to the states and so forth. So how much of a blow is that for you when Chris, who I believe you and he are on pretty good terms, came out and said maybe it's time for you to step aside? How'd that make you feel?
Well, I totally expected. Chris has been, and I are friends. We've known each other for 6.5 years. He's one of my favorite governors. He's doing a great job in that state. We've campaigned together. I mean, he's said even nicer things than what you just said there when we've been together, and he said that in front of NBC and ABC. So he's been very generous with his compliments in terms of our capability. But he's like a lot of people. They've got some idea this year that the best path for the country is to have, get it down to 2 people as quickly as possible. And I don't buy that. I think, again, even in his own state, voters in New Hampshire, it's not pundits, it's not pollsters. Voters in New Hampshire have surprised a lot of folks over the years in terms of picking presidents, and they've been very good at picking presidents in that state. I think you have to go back. It's like in 50 years, the people that have finished, no one's ever been president. I don't think that hasn't finished either first or second in New Hampshire.
I'll tell you what, guys, he is a guy that does not give up. More of that interview after the debate tonight. Great job there, buddy. I mean, he just tells it like it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I just asked 3 questions I thought everybody wanted to hear him talk about. I like asking questions like, how do you feel about stuff when things happen? And he's good tonight.
Well, he's a guy you can sit down and actually it's a guy you sit down and have a beer and he's going to be honest with you and just be that guy next door.
He is not going anywhere. So anybody that thinks that he is going to drop out or succumb to pressure to drop out or anything else, he's made this case from the beginning, really, that it shouldn't be up to the debate process to choose who the nominee is. It should be up to the people of Iowa and New Hampshire. And that's the process. And he's right.
Well, it's just like with Trump. But I still, Steve, you and I were talking earlier, can't believe that you had a liberal judge in liberal Minnesota outside of rock and cow country that agreed, says, no, you leave the president on the ballot. You allow him to be on there. Let the people make the decision. And it's the same thing like you were talking about. Let the people make this decision, not just 2 knuckleheads. Hey, we got to bring in another gentleman to the program, Americans for Prosperity. And Andrew Nice, welcome to the pre-debate party.
I'm glad to be with you guys.
Hey, real quick, if you could, for folks that are new, joining, don't know about your organization, tell us about Americans for Prosperity.
Yeah, Americans for Prosperity, we're one of the largest grassroots organizations in the country. So what we do is we find coalitions, we build coalitions and get behind movements and coalitions of people who want to preserve those principles that are set out in our Declaration of Independence. I mean, free expression, free enterprise, property rights, the basic stuff that has led to prosperity throughout history.
So if folks want to be part of your organization or follow you, how do they do that?
Yeah, we've got a link on your website, and it's probably the easiest way is to fill out a survey there, and then that way we understand where you're coming from and how to find you.
All right, so let's get Andrew. Let's get your take. What do you think we're going to see tonight? What are you hoping to see in tonight's debate as the field dwindles down to 5? But there's really going to be probably 4 on the stage. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot out of Scott. Let's say 3 because all we're going to get out of Chris Christie is ripping on Trump. What are you hoping to see? What do you think we're going to see?
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope I see a good faith discussion. I think that there's going to be tough questions. We all. When something terrible happens overseas, we all overnight try to become foreign affairs experts. And, it's hard to educate the public and give them your opinion at the same time. So I think that's going to be a real challenge. But I do hope we hear those tough questions on foreign affairs.
Speaking of that, Scott, do you think that the war Israel is in right now, do you think that's going to suck a lot of the oxygen out of the room? And when I say that, I mean we're not going to hear about the border a whole lot. We're not going to hear about the economy. We're not going to hear about crime. It's really what we're going to hear about is there's going to be a huge focus on what Israel is having to deal with right now.
Well, given the fact that you were in the middle of this and debating funding and all the other things, I would anticipate, I would hope some of the things about the Jew hatred that has overtaken college campuses,
Definitely.
for instance, comes up, and there's some parts of it. But I think they'll, for sure these candidates want to talk about the border, right?
Yeah.
Because that is top 3 probably issues that is the Republican
and
voters
that can play into this whole
ticked off about. So whether they're going to get the border in there somewhere, I don't doubt about that. I think also, last night's elections might come up.
Mm-hmm.
What do Republicans need to do differently here? Because it was not a good night for Republicans last night. I thought, Andrew, a terrible night for the Republican National Committee. I mean, what do they do? What do they get up every day and do?
I mean, I used to work for Kevin Kramer, and I asked him a similar question, and he gave me some great advice. You go back to your principles. You go back to what do we stand on every day, and through time, those get back to basics. But yeah, I mean, tactically, I really don't know. People are going to pontificate, give their hot takes of this is what caused it, and we're not going to know for another 5 years exactly what happened.
Are the Republicans just not giving the right message or getting the proper message? Is their message too confusing? And that's for all 3 of you guys. I'll start with you, Andrew.
Some ideas are better than others.
Mm-hmm.
So I talk to people who say that rising prices are caused by corporate greed. I'm not saying that has no effect, but that's just not the reason that prices are rising. So we need to make the case that our ideas are better.
And show people why and how they are better. Steve, to you.
Yeah, so the Kentucky governor's race I thought was really interesting. My first reaction when I saw that down ballot Secretary of State red all the way. Get to the governor's race, guess what happens? The Democrat wins. And it's easy for me to have doubts about the election and cheating going on or whatever. But that's kind of a lazy argument. You got to take a look. And when you look into that, Beshear is a name that means a lot in Kentucky politics. Popular father who I think was a governor a couple years. Beshear it hasn't done a lot to throw that state completely off the rails. And you've got Cameron, young guy, but he's 37 years of age. And he's linked to Mitch McConnell, which is not going to do him any favors with a lot of the real staunch conservatives in Kentucky. And so it still comes down to running candidates. And I wish it didn't. I wish it was all about the positions that people have and the stances they have on the issues, but it still matters who that candidate is. They are the bearer of the ideas and the positions. And so you've got to have the right candidates. And so I wasn't shocked that the Kentucky race went the way that it did, but I think to Andrew's point earlier, the Republican National Committee has got to be out teaching, first of all, helping ferret out where are the good candidates to run on this and trying to get the best person. I just feel like you could have done better than Dan Cameron in Kentucky. And then second of all, teaching those candidates to talk the issues in a way that will get people to say, you know what, that is the set of answers that America needs.
Well, you and I talked earlier on your show too, and also I think, guys, and then we're going to get the Scott's take on this as well, I think when it comes to Kentucky, you get down into them southern, southeastern states, name means everything. There's loyalty to a family name that plays a part in it.
I would also say this about the Kentucky race. I don't know that anybody was going to beat Beshear because the economy's doing pretty well in Kentucky, number one. Number two, he ran without mentioning the name Joe Biden. He ran so far away, Joe Biden didn't go down there and campaign. Joe Biden couldn't wait to call him and say, congratulations, and then put out a press release that he called him to congratulate him. He had nothing, nada to do with his race. In fact, his name was purposely kept out of that race. So very different kind of a Democrat running there. I mean, he's shied away from that. I think the issue Republicans need to worry about first and foremost is how they message the abortion issue, because we are losing on the abortion issue. And by that I mean people who have bought into this idea that somehow the Republicans want to grab from them anything related to abortion, which, by the way, on the national level, they're advocating for a 15-week ban. Okay? That means from 0 to 15 weeks, it's up to you. But after 15 weeks, you've got a viable baby there. Right? So that isn't extreme by any imagination. What's extreme is what passed in Ohio last night, which says you can kill a baby up to the moment of birth. That is murder. That is infanticide. That's as radical as you can get. Second thing, you can have an abortion as a minor without having to notify the parents. Now, if I sent my daughter when she was underage to the mall to get her ears pierced, she needed a form that said, I have the permission, or the parents got to be along, or whatever. And we've now taken literally ending the life of a baby and the mother of a minor. And my point is this.
Why are they voting for that, though?
The extremists, first of all, have done a very good job of scaring out a whole new crop of voters who have bought into the argument that the Republicans are the extreme ones, when it's the exact opposite. So clearly, you need to do a better job as a Republican
messaging
on this issue.
Messaging.
And it is right now, it's why the red wave wasn't the red wave in the midterm, and it's why these races are going the other way. The Republicans have a huge problem. Again, I would go back to Republican National Committee and say, if you do nothing, just focus on that issue alone and messaging on it and getting candidates that are, schooled up on how better to handle this situation.
Guys, we got about 6 minutes before the debate. Scott, we're going to send you out to talk to the crowd. Steve, I know you wanted to jump in.
I just want to add one thing to this. So we get a lot of playback from the Democrats about, well, if you can't make an exception for rape and incest, what is it, like 3 people a year that get impregnated from rape and incest? It's a straw man argument, okay? So if you want to win an election, you might have to eliminate the straw man and get that and say, okay, for the limited amount of times that this might really happen, this is a concession we're willing to make, and so that it seems like we're going to be conciliatory on this issue to the people in the middle. Now, personally, I kind of wrestle with that because I'm like, okay, do I just want to say, look, Lord, you appoint the rulers, you figure it out, I'm going to stand by my principles, but in reality, you have to look at the numbers and the statistics if you want to win elections.
Real quick email, and Andrew and Steve, I'll let you address this real quick, and then Scott's out. And boy, do we got a crowd here tonight. Look at the folks here. That's fantastic. Emailer, hey, guys, I'm kind of new to this political stuff. Why is it up to Iowa and New Hampshire? I think that is what Scott said, to choose a candidate. I'm not going to jump into that because I don't understand that either. Andrew and Steve, you guys are more schooled up on that.
Yeah, we're engaging. Americans for Prosperity is heavily engaging in those early states because they go first in the primary process, and who they choose as a candidate is going to have lots of momentum heading into the other states.
It's got to give a thrust to those candidates.
It's going to be prohibitively expensive to try to run those races in every state.
Yep, well said.
All right, Scotty, you ready, buddy? Go ahead.
A big crowd here, our watch party, ready to watch things happen. I'm going to kind of run through the whole crowd here and just find out who you're rooting for tonight.
Hopefully the debate will help me figure it out.
So you don't have a preferred candidate right now?
Not necessarily.
I love it. We're going to be talking to you a lot tonight to see who's winning it over. You rooting for anybody tonight?
Vivek.
Vivek Ramaswamy. How about you?
I'm just here to watch the circus.
And do you have any inclination towards any of the candidates at all?
Donald Trump.
And he's not on the stage, but yeah, everybody's vying for that next spot. How about you? Who are you rooting for?
I like Nikki Haley. I want to see what she does.
How many fans of Nikki Haley in here? Raise your hand. Not many, just a couple. What are you looking for tonight?
I'd like to see Ron DeSantis really step up and start to claim it.
He has had a little bit of a charisma bypass so far, hasn't he? He's kind of just not really warmed up to many folks, so we'll have to see how he does in that regard tonight for sure. Who are you rooting for?
Trump.
So what's the purpose of tonight?
Just to hang out and have a good time.
Pretty much worthless, this debate, because it's going to be Trump.
Sure.
Gotcha. Okay, how about you?
I'm curious to see how DeSantis is going to do. Maybe, like the other gentleman says, step up his game a little bit and see
but obviously I'm still rooting for Trump.
It's do or die for Ron DeSantis tonight, I think. He's going to, because Nikki Haley's climbing on him, so that's right. How about you?
I'm backing Nikki because I think as a woman she'd have an advantage in the general.
All right, you like Nikki over Trump?
Yeah.
All right, interesting. Here's a Vietnam vet. Not quite? You're a veteran.
Yes, I am.
All right, well, I'm glad you're here. Who are you rooting for tonight?
Well, I too am for Trump. I'm here to see if anybody here cleaned up their act, so this isn't become a dog and pony show for part of a circus. But I don't think it with the people that are going to be doing the interviews. I think they're going to string them along. I think they're going to do the bait and chase, and they're going to butcher each other. And I just think that if they don't clean up their act, what's the use?
And boy, you're right on that. Is there anybody in this room thinks it's a good idea to do a debate with NBC? No, I mean, why in the world they selected NBC? It's the Republican National Committee that selected him. You're right. Look for Lester Holt to be, trying to burnish his liberal credentials with the mainstream media cocktail party crowd tonight for sure. It'll be interesting. Who are you rooting for?
I'm just hoping they do a good job of actually talking about what they want to do should they reach the point of surpassing Trump.
Any preferred candidate?
None of these five.
Okay, how about you?
I'm just waiting for Christie to make a fool of himself.
That's going to be fun. That'll be good watching tonight. How about you?
I'm waiting for an idea to be expressed on stage. And only Doug Burgum's squeezed anything in. No one's had an argument. No one's had an idea. They just argue with each other and then yell.
That's a good point. I'm going to come back to you tonight and see if you hear an idea from anybody else and on how they're doing. So a couple more here I'll squeeze in. Who would you like to see do well tonight?
Well, I probably matched DeSantis more philosophically, but I am looking at Haley because last night, I think, or yesterday, proved that we will not win on the unpopularity of Democrats alone. So we do need someone who appeals on a wide basis.
Great point. All right, we're counting down to the debate. We'll crank it up nice and loud. Everybody watch it, and may the best man or woman win, right? We'll be back out to chat with you a little later during the debate.
Thanks,
Have
Scott.
fun.
Thanks, Scott. Coming up on 7 o'clock. Guys, ready for it? 2 hours of, well, we'll see what happens. The third Republican presidential debate sponsored by Americans for Prosperity, North Dakota. Here we go. Let's see what we get tonight. And a big thank you to Casey Joe's Catering for the food. Thank you to everybody that came up here. You guys rock. Love it. WZFG Dilworth, AM 1100 The Flag, 92.3 FM, KTGO Tioga, AM 1090 The Flag, and 92.7. And, of course, you can watch us on YouTube and also our Facebook page, AM 1100 The Flag. Here we go. Republican presidential debate number 3, down to 5. We'll see how many out of that 5 actually play tonight.
Tonight, a critical test in the race for the White House. 5 Republicans battling to become their party's 2024 presidential nominee. The candidates ready to make their case on why they're prepared to be commander-in-chief amid 2 wars on the world stage, how they plan to tackle stubborn inflation, and how they can unite a deeply divided electorate. Who is best to take on President Biden? And can any of them first beat former President Trump, who's far ahead in the polls? The candidates are here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
From NBC News, the Republican presidential debate. Live from the Adrian Arsht Center in Miami, Florida.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Republican presidential debate. I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Welker, moderator of NBC's Meet the Press.
Hello, I'm Hugh Hewitt, host of Salem Radio's The Hugh Hewitt Show. We are now just 68 days from the Iowa caucuses when Republican primary voters will begin to determine their party's nominee for president. Tonight, we'll question 5 candidates seeking that nomination on how they're best prepared to be commander-in-chief. And, of course, how best to bring down prices impacting Americans across the country. We have 2 hours for a serious debate on the issues that matter most to Republican voters. Candidates will have 1 minute and 30 seconds for answers and the opportunity for a closing statement. Follow-ups will be at the discretion of all of us at the table, the moderators. Invoking a candidate's name or policy does not necessarily mean the mentioned candidate is entitled to a response. We want to caution all the candidates not to interrupt or speak over your fellow debaters. If you talk over each other, the voters can't hear you. And given the critical issues we're facing specifically on the world stage, we want everyone to hear every word you have to say. Continued interruptions may result in loss of additional questions. And to our audience, please hold your applause so that the candidates can be heard. With that said, let's have a good debate. All right, our first question, the opening question, is one for all of you. Donald Trump is the first ex-president in more than 100 years to remains popular among Republican primary voters as his legal challenges mount. Governor DeSantis, let me begin with you on this one. Speak to Republican voters who are supporting Donald Trump. Why should you and not him be the Republican nominee to face Joe Biden a year from now?
This country is in trouble, and the elites that have put us here, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're having to grapple with higher grocery prices or have higher gas prices. They don't care that your family's less secure because of the open border that's allowed drugs and even terrorists to come into this country. Well, I care. I am not going to sit idly by and let this country continue its downward spiral. We need leadership, and we need it now. I'll take the hits, I'll take the arrows, I'll take the slings, because ultimately it's not about me. It's about you. I will fight for you. I will make sure to lead this country's revival, and I will win for you and your family. Actions speak louder than words. We don't have time for excuses, and it's not something that we're going to be able to have all these distractions. As a veteran, I will get the job done. Now, if you look where we are now, it's a lot different than where we were in 2016. And Donald Trump's a lot different guy than he was in 2016. He owes it to you to be on this stage and explain why he should get another chance. He should explain why he didn't have Mexico pay for the border wall. He should explain why he racked up so much debt. He should explain why he didn't drain the swamp. And he said Republicans were going to get tired of winning. Well, we saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. 1 year ago here, we won a historic victory, including a massive landslide right here in Miami-Dade County. That's how we have to do it. So I promise you this, as the nominee next November, I'll get the job done, and as president, I will deliver.
Your time is up. Let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Audience, let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Why you and not the former president?
Well, I think you look at the fact that we're almost $34 trillion in debt. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 50% of American families can't afford diapers. 1 in 6 American families can't pay their utility bills. You have parents who are worried about what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. There's no transparency. We have anti-Semitism all over our college campuses, and students feel unsafe. You've got an open border where terrorists can come through, and we've got wars happening all over us, and there are dangers around us. You know, everybody wants to talk about President Trump. Well, I can talk about President Trump. I can tell you that I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think he's the right president now. I think that he put us $8 trillion in debt, and our kids are never going to forgive us for that. I think the fact that he used to be right on Ukraine and foreign issues, now he's getting weak in the knees and trying to be friendly again. I think that we've got to go back to the fact that we can't live in the past. We can't live in other headlines. We've got to start focusing on what's going to make America strong and proud. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Let's make sure we pay down our debt. I think we need an accountant in the White House. Let's make sure that we have transparency in the classroom. As a mom, I know what that means. Let's make sure we secure our borders so that our families are safe. Let's get crime down, because our families want to know that they can be safe no matter where they go. And as the wife of a combat veteran, I will tell you, a military needs to know we have our back, and we need to make sure that America is strong.
Ambassador, thank you very much.
That's a great answer from her. She had just about every topic there. Checked every box. Yep.
Let me just caution the audience. Let's not go down this road. We've asked you to please, keep restraining yourselves. It would be helpful so we can hear the candidates, because these are important issues, and the voters want and need to hear them.
They can't cheer.
Mr. Ramaswamy, let me turn to you. Please make your case. Why would you Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. It is a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk.
This guy has
We'd
no
have 10
fear.
times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party. You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate?
This is
They wouldn't do it.
priceless.
And so the fact of the matter is, I mean, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made-up disinformation? Answer the question. Go.
Mr. Roberts.
This is
Pretty
how
good.
we get our country back.
Land to the crowd.
We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
and they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to
That's how we unite this
Governor
country.
Christie. Why you, audience, let's not do this. Let's
Beautiful.
not do this. Let's let the candidates speak.
Shut up.
Governor Christie,
Exactly.
why you and not former President Trump?
Oh, here we go.
Well, Lester, look, you said it at the beginning of the debate. We are dealing with extraordinarily important issues facing this country right now. We have our greatest ally in the Middle East under fire from a terrorist group that has committed to wiping them and every Jewish person in this world off the map. We have Ukraine with Vladimir Putin, a communist KGB dictator who wants to put the old band back together. He's starting in Ukraine, and he's going to move to the Baltics and Poland after that. We have inflation in this country that is choking every American family that wants to try to rise up and give their children a better life. And tonight, we need to decide which president is going to be the one to tackle the big issues, who's going to make this country look once again, not just inward, but look outward at the world and say America is the country, the indispensable nation that makes this a safer world. And in a safer world, American innovation, American hard work has always been the thing that has driven our country to greater things. I'm going to be the president who will do those big things. We're not going to be small, and I'll say this about Donald Trump. Anybody who's going to be spending the next year and a half of their life focusing on keeping themselves out of jail and courtrooms cannot lead this party or this country,
right,
and it
Governor.
needs to be said plainly.
Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Senator Scott.
Poor guy
Senator
had to go
Scott,
after
you
the
said
vague.
former President Trump can't win. Make your case to Republican voters.
Well, certainly. What I would say without any question is that the truth of my life destroys the lies of the radical left. We need a president and a candidate who will actually help our base solidify and attract independent voters into our party. The Great Opportunity Party is now winning back African-American voters and Hispanic voters because we are working on a foundation based on faith. Our nation is facing some deep challenges. It is the loss of faith in this nation that is a part of the erosion that we're seeing every single day. It's restoring faith, restoring our Christian values that will help this nation once again become the city on the hill. When Ronald Reagan talked about the city on the hill, he was coming from Matthew 5. When President Lincoln talked about
Doubling
a house
down on the
divided,
faith conversation.
that was Mark. Our founding documents
Nothing wrong with that.
speak
Well,
to
no,
the importance
but
of the
it's clearly
faith
a
foundation.
strategy.
You don't have to be a Christian for America to work for you, but America does not work without a faith-filled Judeo-Christian foundation. I would be the president that helps us restore faith in God, faith in each other, and faith in our future. Without that focus, none of the issues, the policies matter. We have to get back to being a nation that is, in fact, the city on the hill that believes in each other enough for us to fight
Scott,
for that
thank
future.
You. Senator Scott, thank you. We're going to turn now to the challenges facing
that round goes to Vivek,
the next commander-in-chief.
Wow,
You'll all be
Pat.
fielding questions first from me and the Republican Jewish Coalition, and then from Kristen and Hugh. So as we continue forward, the Israel-Hamas war is barely a month old. Tonight, Israeli troops are fighting inside Gaza City with over 200 hostages who remain captive there, and civilian casualties mount inside Gaza. As President of the United States, what would you be urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis.
I would be telling Bibi, finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas. They're terrorists. They're massacring innocent people. They would wipe every Jew off the globe if they could. He cannot live with that threat right by his country. That Hamas should release every hostage and they should unconditionally surrender. I'm sick of hearing the media, I'm sick of hearing other people blame Israel just for defending itself. We will stand with Israel in word and in deed, in public and in private. And I can tell you, as governor, I actually did something about it. Biden's neglect has been atrocious. We had Floridians that were over there after the attack. He left them stranded. They couldn't get flights out. So I scrambled resources in Florida. I sent planes over to Israel, and I brought back over 700 people to safety. There could have been more hostages had we not acted. And I'll tell you this, I met the first plane load when they came to Florida, and one of the mothers pointed to a 6-year-old daughter, and she said, my daughter had been saying the last 2 nights, Mommy, I don't want to hear any more bombs, no more rockets. I just want to get back to Florida. So there's a difference between words and deeds. We acted and we saved lives.
Thank you. Ambassador Haley, what would you do? What would you be urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do? Would you consider humanitarian
why does he repeat the
pause,
question
for
every
example?
time? That wastes time.
The first thing I said to him when it happened was I said, finish them. Finish them. And the reason is I worked on this every day when I was at the United Nations. And we have to remember that they have to, 1, eliminate Hamas, 2, support Israel with whatever they need whenever they need it, and 3, make sure we bring our hostages home. We need to be very clear-eyed to know there would be no Hamas without Iran. There would be no Hezbollah without Iran. There would not be the Houthis without Iran. And there wouldn't be the Iranian militias in Syria and Iraq that are trying to hit our military men and women if it hadn't been for Iran. And who is funding Iran right now? China is buying oil from Iran. Russia is getting drones and missiles from Iran. And there is an unholy alliance. We need to be clear-eyed. The last thing we need to do is to tell Israel what to do. The only thing we should be doing is supporting them and eliminating Hamas. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to this Islamic terrorism, and we need to make sure that we have their backs in that process.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy. Mr. Ramaswamy, any daylight between you and the candidates we just heard on this issue on what you would tell the Prime Minister?
Not in terms of what I would tell the Prime Minister, no. In fact, I would go one step further. The founding vision of Israel was based on the idea that they don't want to depend on anybody else's sympathy or direction in defending themselves. So what I would tell Bibi is that Israel has the right and the responsibility to defend itself. I would tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border, and then I'll tell him as President of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our southern border. That's his responsibility. This is our responsibility. Nice. That's how we move forward. But I want to be careful to avoid making the mistakes from the neocon establishment of the past. Corrupt politicians in both parties spent trillions, killed millions, made billions for themselves in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, fighting wars that sent thousands of our sons and daughters, people my age, to die in wars that did not advance anyone's interests, adding $7 trillion to our national debt. And Joe Biden sold off our foreign policy. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, got a $5 million bribe from Ukraine. That's why we're sending $200 billion back to that same country. The fact of the matter is the Republican Party is not that much better. You have the likes of Nikki Haley, who stepped down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multimillionaire. So I think that that's wrong when Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first, Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
All right, Mr.
Ramaswamy,
thank you. Senator Scott,
Oh, she looks
Senator,
pale.
same question to you about, you're the president, you're on the phone in the Oval Office with the Prime Minister, you tell him what?
Well, number one, I would tell Prime Minister Netanyahu, not only do you have the responsibility and the right to wipe Hamas off of the
What's
map.
this echo we keep
We
hearing?
will support you. We will
Shadow
be there with
voice.
you. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder. There will be no daylight. But I would change the station a little bit, though, and head back home to America. I would say to President Biden, diplomacy only is a weak strategy. Appeasement leads to war. From President Obama to President Biden, Obama sent millions to Iran. Frankly, President Biden has sent billions to Iran. That is why I've said that there's blood dripping from the hands of President Obama and President Biden. I would tell President Biden with great clarity, if you want to stop the 40+ attacks on military personnel in the Middle East, you have to strike in Iran. If you want to make a difference, you cannot just continue to have strikes in Syria on warehouses. You actually have to cut off the head of the snake, and the head of the snake is Iran and not simply their proxies. In order for us to have a powerful response from America, we have to be in a position of strength. As President of the United States, my foreign policy is simple. You cannot negotiate with evil. You have to destroy it.
All right, Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, I want to get you to weigh in here.
Look, Lester, these problems are so big and serious that the first thing I would say to Prime Minister Netanyahu is pretty simple. America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time, to preserve the state of Israel. Remember that Hamas's main goal is to get rid of Israel, is to get Israel absolutely off the map. Now, there are three things I think I would say to him when he asked for advice. The first I would say is that it is absolutely your obligation to protect the territorial integrity of Israel. Secondly, to make sure you protect the security and the safety of your people. Every time something happens to compromise either one of those things, it creates greater unrest in the entire region. Second, you must go in and make sure that Hamas can never do this again. The fact is that Israel and their intelligence community failed. They failed here, and they failed the people of the state of Israel. And so we need to work closely and better together to make sure, one, that they're degraded, and two, that we know everything that's going on inside the Gaza Strip when it's going on, so that something like this can't happen to kill 1,400 individuals again. And the third thing is to keep your eye on the ball. Make sure that we continue to isolate Iran. Work with the reasonable nations in the Middle East, the other Arab nations who want to partner with you, and make sure that we continue to isolate Iran so that their only friends in the world are the part of the evil foursome: China, Russia, Iran, and North
Governor
Korea.
Christie, thank you very much. And we're going to continue in this vein right now with a question from Matthew Brooks, the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition.
How does Nikki Haley not get a chance to respond to
National Committee in this
Ramaswamy?
debate?
It's NBC. Come on, buddy.
Given attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups on U.S. military bases in Syria and Iraq, attacks that have wounded approximately 24 of our U.S. servicemen, do you support the use of military force by the United States against Iran?
Governor Haley, would you please answer that?
Shot down a
Yes, I'd
predator
first like
today.
to say they're
Drone.
5-inch
saw that.
shields, and I don't wear them unless you can run in them.
We've got two of you on stage.
The second thing that I will say is I wear heels. They're not for a fashion statement. They're for ammunition. What we need to be doing for Iraq and Syria is, first of all, the idea that our men and women could be targeted and that we've allowed almost 100 hits to happen under Biden's watch is unthinkable. We need to understand this is Iran giving the green light, telling them what to do, and we shouldn't be doing the tit for tat like what Joe Biden has done. We need to go and take out their infrastructure that they are using to make those strikes strikes with so they can never do it again. Iran responds to strength. You punch them one and you punch them hard, and they will back off. But what we don't need is Biden falling all over himself to get back in the Iran deal, him giving $6 billion to get 5 hostages home, him telling Netanyahu now that he needs a pause or a ceasefire. We don't need him going and sitting there tiptoeing around Iran because he thinks they're going to do something. You don't respond to an enemy and a terrorist with fear. You respond with strength. When you do that, that's when the world pays attention, and that's when Iran stops.
Thank you. Governor DeSantis, if I can continue with you. Just today, the U.S. launched another one of its limited airstrikes against targets in Syria, this time Iranian-linked facility. How far would you go militarily to hold Iran accountable?
Well, first, Matt, thanks for your question, and I appreciate what you've done over the last month. I know it's been very difficult for the community, and appreciate you guys rallying together in difficult times. I actually served in Iraq back in the day, and we had al-Qaeda in Iraq. You had Shia militias that were funded by Iran that were killing hundreds and hundreds of U.S. troops. And as Commander-in-Chief, I am not going to put our troops in harm's way unless you're willing to defend them with everything you have. Biden has them out there. They're sitting ducks. He's doing glancing blows. That's just inviting more attacks from the Iranians. I would say you harm a hair on the head of an American service member, and you are going to have hell to pay. We are not just going to sit there and let our service members be sitting ducks, and that's true whether it's Iran or whether it's any country on the world. We have to be strong, and we have to defend the people who defend us.
All right, thank you, Governor. Now our second and final question from Matthew Brooks of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Please watch.
Jewish students across the country are threatened and under attack. What do you say to Jewish students on college campuses who feel unsafe given the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism? And what do you say to university presidents and college presidents who have not met the moral clarity moment to forcefully condemn Hamas terrorism?
Mr. Ramaswamy, would you like to take that one?
Absolutely. I think the scourge of anti-Semitism across this country, including at places like my alma maters and places like Brooklyn Bridge in New York, it's sad to see, but here's what history teaches us. Anti-Semitism is a symptom of a deeper cancer in a country and a society that is lost, and we are lost. Several years ago, when I wrote my first book, Woke Inc., I was talking about they were chanting death to America. Death to white people, death to Christians. Nobody was waking up back then. Now it's even bad. Now they're saying death to Israel and worse. So it is wrong, but we have to get to the root cause here. Now, I think it's really important that we do this through leadership, not censorship. Leadership means fill that void with purpose and meaning. Dilute this wokeism and anti-Semitism to irrelevance. These kids, they have no idea what the heck they're even talking about when they're siding with Hamas over Israel. They are fools. But I also want to caution here, if we go the direction of Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, with whom I respectfully disagree on this issue, pro-censorship, telling student groups to disband, mark my words, soon they will say if you question a vaccine and its side effects, you're a bioterrorist. Soon they will say that if you show up at a school board meeting, you're a domestic terrorist. Soon if they say that J6 prisoners should be released, you're an insurrectionist terrorist. So that's where this road ends. We don't quash this with censorship because that creates a worse underbelly. We quell it through leadership by calling it out. These university administrators have lost their way, and we need leadership at the top in the United States of America that restores our founding values and that has no place for this kind of anti-Semitic hate. That's where I stand while respecting our Constitution.
Your time is out. Senator Scott, let me get you to weigh in on what you just heard.
Well, let me just say to every single university president in America, federal funding is a privilege, not a right, number one. Number two, to every student who've come to our country on a visa to a college campus, your visa is a privilege, not a right. Number three, any campus that allows for anti-Semitism and hate, to allow students to encourage terrorism, mass murder, and genocide, you should lose your federal funding today, period. To all the students on visas who are encouraging Jewish genocide, I would deport you from those campuses. We have to stand strong with our Jewish Americans. At the end of the day, we should not have our Jewish students in a library being told to hide. On our streets in New York, a Jewish citizen has the right to walk on the streets of America with no fear. They have the right to go to college campuses, go to class, and not fear. We will restore that. I started working on anti-Semitism on college campuses in 2017 because even then there was a rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. We must force the people off those campuses and
Senator
frankly,
Scott, thank you. Let me
out of our country.
Let me turn to the Governor DeSantis here. What do you think about what he just said?
I was the first presidential candidate to say, if you are here on a student visa as a foreign national, you're making common cause with Hamas, I'm canceling your visa and I'm sending you home. No questions asked. Second, I have friends here in Florida who their kids do not feel safe even going to university campus at all outside of the state of Florida. You have Jewish students fleeing for their lives at Cooper Union. Joe Biden should have the Department of Justice on these college campuses and holding the universities accountable for civil rights violations.
Yes.
When you should not have money going to these places. I already acted in Florida. We had a group, Students for Justice of Palestine. They said they are common cause with Hamas. They said, we're not just in solidarity, this is what we are. We deactivated them. We're not going to use state tax dollars to fund jihad. No way. And what is Biden doing? Not only is he not helping the Jewish students who are being persecuted, he is launching an initiative to combat so-called Islamophobia. No, it's the anti-Semitism that's spiraling out of control.
Right.
That is what we have to confront. And as president, I can tell you this, we are not going to stand for this on college campuses any longer.
All right, Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Governor Christie, and considering what he just said, you led a state with a sizable Muslim population. Last month, as you know, a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy was killed in Illinois by his landlord. His mother was also stabbed more than a dozen times in what has been charged as a hate crime. What do you say to Muslim Americans who are also feeling afraid for their safety right now?
Lester, I'm the only one on the stage who's actually had experience in dealing with this. I was appointed by President Bush to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey on September 10th, 2001. And when I took over that job after the September 11th attacks, I had to deal with a situation in our state that was explosive. We're the most ethnically diverse state in this country. And so first, we heard credible reports about Jewish students and synagogues being threatened in our state in the aftermath of 9/11. We made sure that we sent federal agents to those synagogues and we protected them, and the same thing should be being done now. At the very same time, I personally went from mosque to mosque in New Jersey and met with the leaders of those mosques and with the members of the mosques. And I said to them, law enforcement is on your side to protect you, regardless of your religion, if you are going to comply with the law. And we developed fabulous relationships with Muslim Americans all across the state of New Jersey, and we stopped any hate crimes that were going on either against Jewish Americans in New Jersey or Muslim Americans in New Jersey. It takes leadership, Lester, to know how to do this. You must work with both sides. Both sides need to know it, but let us never have a false moral equivalence between Hamas and Hezbollah and the Jewish people. The Jewish people stand for right and justice, and Hamas and Hezbollah stand for death.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Haley, what do you say to Americans who are simply afraid right now in this current environment that we're talking about?
I think, you look at the country, and the country is all out of sorts. I think, look at what these kids are dealing with on college campuses. What makes me so angry is not only do you have the kids barricaded in the library, they've said they were going to shoot up the kosher dining hall. You've got kids' dorm rooms who are being set on fire because they have something related to Israel on their doors. No person should ever feel in danger like this. And this is what I would say about our college presidents, is if the KKK were doing this, every college president would be up in arms. This is no different. You should treat it exactly the same. Anti-Semitism is just as awful as racism, and we've got to make sure they're protected. And for everybody that's protesting on these college campuses in favor of Hamas, let me remind you something. Hamas said death to Israel and death to America. They hate and would kill you too. And the idea that they're talking about genocide for the Jewish people, that's not the values of America. That's not us. We're better than that. We don't need to celebrate terrorists. We don't need to celebrate genocide. We don't need to celebrate violence towards anybody. We need to go back and soul search in our country and remember what we are about. And we are about taking care of people, not going and making them live in fear because some other terrorist activity says they want to destroy them.
Ambassador, thank you. Kristen.
Lester, thank you. This is another question for the entire field, so you will all get a chance to respond. But Senator Scott, I'd like to start with you. The United States has given Ukraine financial and military support since the war began more than 600 days ago. President Zelensky told me on Sunday if Russia isn't stopped now, quote, the price will be higher for the United States, and Americans would be forced to, quote, send your sons and daughters to defend NATO countries. Senator Scott, where do you stand on more funding for Ukraine?
I certainly have been very supportive of Ukraine. I believe that ultimately we should make sure that the President of the United States states what is America's national vital interest in Ukraine. It is actually in degrading the Russian military. We've been very effective using our resources and our weaponry and the incredibly high price of Ukrainian blood to achieve that objective. Every day we get closer to the degradation of the Russian military, and that's good news. But the American people are frustrated that they do not have a president who reminds us and tells us, where's the accountability? Where are those dollars? How are those dollars being spent? We need those answers for us to continue to see the support for Ukraine. And at the same time, I would say that a package that's been offered by the president for Ukraine and Israel, that's the wrong approach. We need to focus specifically on providing Israel with the $14 billion that they need so that we show the world that we are 100% undeniably standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And then as we turn away from that direct support for Israel, we should go to our southern border and close our southern border with the resources necessary. I believe that we have sleeper terrorist cells in America. Thousands of people have come from Yemen, Iran, Syria, and Iraq. If we are going to deal with the national security emergency at our border, we have to do it now.
Senator Scott, thank you. But just to be very clear, if you were president, if you were in the Oval Office today, would you sign off on more military funding for Ukraine, or would you discontinue it?
Bottom line is we have to first have the level of accountability that allows the American people to understand where the resources have gone. Number one. Number two, after we have that responsibility taken care of and accountability, then we have an opportunity to look at the overall strategy that helps us degrade the Russian military while we use our resources and, frankly, keeping our NATO
which tells you he's saying, yes, I am in
from the
favor
Russian
of more
military
funding.
is absolutely essential. As you understand, Article 5 would require to support and to defend NATO, our troops on the ground. The fastest way for us to eliminate that possibility is for us to destroy, to the extent possible, the Russian military. By doing so, we actually achieve the objective of keeping our military home. And that's good news.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Mr. Ramaswamy, are you persuaded by President Zelensky's urgent new plea? Where do you stand on more funding?
I'm absolutely unpersuaded. And I'm actually enjoying watching the Ukraine hawks quietly, delicately tiptoe back from their position as this thing has unwound into a disaster. The first half of this race, I was the only person standing for it. Now they're actually quietly coming around to being more cautious, as they should. Level with the American people here. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. It has consolidated all media into one state TV media arm. That's not democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic. More facts for you that you won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media. The regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, These are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of Ukraine since 2014, that other people probably couldn't name those provinces for you. Those are the hard facts. And so to frame this as some kind of battle between good versus evil, don't buy it. And I'd like the likes of the sharpest of the war hawks on Ukraine, Nikki Haley, to have some accountability and answer. Do you want to use U.S. taxpayer money to fund the banning of Christians? That is actually what's happening. They're using the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They have banned them. The Ukrainian parliament just did this last week, supported by our dollars. And I think you owe it to the American people, Nikki, to at least this one time at least condemn.
Thank you. That's time.
At least to condemn their banning of Christians.
Mr. Ramaswamy, thank you.
Out of both sides
Mr. Ramaswamy, thank you. We asked the
Boy,
question.
is he going after her.
Like a kindergarten teacher.
What is your take on more funding for Ukraine?
I am telling you, Putin and President Xi are salivating at the thought that someone like that could become president. They would love to see that. So this is what I will tell you.
That was off on the DeSantis-Haley thing.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you had your time to talk. The ambassador has the floor.
Thank you. The first thing I'll tell you is we all remember what that thug did when he invaded Ukraine. We all know that 500,000 people have died because of Putin. And here is a freedom-loving, pro-American country that is fighting for its survival and its democracy. No, I don't think we should give them cash. I think we should give them the equipment and the ammunition to win. And I'll tell you, if Biden had done it when they first asked for it, this war would be over. But let's also remember this. When you left Afghanistan in shambles and left them with a ton of weapons and money, it's not that we left, it's how we left. When you look at Ukraine, don't think for a second, now everybody wants to move away from Ukraine. They'll want to move away from Israel a year from now. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends. After 9/11, we needed a lot of friends. Now is the time to get partnerships. This unholy alliance between Russia, Ukraine, and China is real. There is a reason the Taiwanese want us to support the Ukrainians. It's because they know that China is coming after them next. There is a reason Ukrainians want us to support Israelis, because they know that if Iran wins, Russia wins.
Ambassador,
we have to see the combination of the three.
Ambassador, thank you. Governor Christie, what is your take, and how long should Americans be expected to help fund the war in Ukraine?
Kirsten, let's remember the last time that we turned our back on a shooting war in Europe. It bought us just a couple of years. And then 500,000 Americans were killed in Europe to defeat Hitler. This is not a choice. This is the price we pay for being the leaders of the free world. And the fact is, this alliance is not just with Russia and China. Governor Haley knows this. Iran is in the middle of this as well, and so is North Korea. And they are all working to support Russia right now. And the reason they're doing it is because dictators work together. People who believe in democracy work together. We must stand with all of those that are standing up for democracy and freedom in this world. And by the way, let's remind everybody of this. In 1992, this country made a promise to Ukraine. We said if you return nuclear missiles that were part of the old Soviet Union to Russia and they invade you, we will protect you. An American promise that's 31 years old is no different than an American promise that's made tonight on this stage. We need to stand by it. And those of us who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And I'd
like to respond.
And
that's Christie's best answer of the night.
The absolute giving in to dictators, which is being suggested on this stage, just shows the immaturity of the approach.
Governor Christie, thank you. Governor DeSantis, I'd like you to weigh in on this idea. Are you concerned that this could become a wider war if Putin is not stopped now?
Well, any suggestion by Zelensky or anyone else that we're going to eventually have U.S. troops there, I can tell the American people when I'm president that will not happen. We are not going to send your sons and daughters to Ukraine. I am going to send troops to our southern border. If you look at the threats that we face, terrorists have come in through our southern border. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to have the military, and I'm going to deport the people who've come, particularly under Biden, who've come from the Middle East, come from all these places. Now, Biden wants $105 billion. 60, most of that's Ukraine, including some of it going to pay pensions for bureaucrats and salaries. That is a totally ridiculous use of American tax dollars. He says he has money for border to try to do, and the media repeat that. When you look at it, what most of the money is money to process more illegal aliens into this country. How is that solving the problem? That's making the problem worse. And what does he do for the Indo-Pacific? A pittance. That is the top threat that we face. We need to bring this war to an end. We need the Europeans to step up and do their fair share. And we need to get serious about the top threat that this country faces, which is the Chinese Communist Party.
So if I may respond to the Ukraine question.
In fact, we are going to go from the hot wars in Ukraine and Gaza and Israel to what many people are calling the new Cold War with China. And I remind the audience that it's important for our visitors at home to be able to hear you, and especially for the people in Beijing to hear you. Many Republicans believe that the Chinese Communist Party and General Secretary Xi is an existential threat to the United States. The flashpoint is Taiwan. For decades and decades, the American military, but primarily the United States Navy, has deterred an attack from China to the island state of Taiwan. But Ronald Reagan's Navy of 600 ships is gone. Now, the question to you is, and I'll start with you, Ambassador Haley, because you were in President Trump's cabinet. His goal was a 355-ship Navy. That's what he pushed for. He got to 300. It's now at 291. Is that big enough to deter and, if necessary, defeat an invasion of Taiwan?
Important question.
China has the largest naval fleet in the world. They have 350 ships. They'll have 400 ships in 2 years. We won't even have 350 ships in 2 decades. China has built up their military. It's not just land, air, and sea. They're doing cyber. They're doing artificial intelligence. They're doing space. America needs to modernize our military. We need to do everything we can. The first thing is you go and you make sure you have the backs of Ukraine. That's why the Taiwanese want us to support Ukraine, because they know that sends the biggest message to China. The second thing is we go to China and we start being tough on them. No more sales of our American soil to China, and let's take back what they've already stolen. Then you go and to the universities. No more having millions of dollars go to our universities. Then we will go and end all formal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans from fentanyl, something Ron has yet to say that he's going to do. And then we modernize our military. When we strengthen our military, when we modernize it with the focus of cyber, artificial intelligence, and space, when we make sure that we have the backs of our friends, whether it's in Israel, whether it's in Ukraine, and we should be arming Taiwan. Make sure they have the equipment they need. Make sure they have the training they need now. There's nothing China fears more than knowing that America will have Taiwan's back. Let's make sure that we show it by making sure they have the equipment they need.
Governor DeSantis, my question is specifically about the Navy.
A lot of good answers.
291, it's going to go down perhaps as low as 280. Is it enough? And what would you build if you were going to build more?
Not enough. We have to have the ability to back up a strategy of denial of President Xi's ambitions. And if China is able to be the world's leading superpower, that will affect you and your family in ways that are going to be very bad. They will export authoritarianism all around the world as the cost of doing business. They will impose things like social credit scores and internet monitoring. So this is, to this generation, what the Soviet Union was to the post-World War II generation. I've already released a plan. We're going to get to 355 ships at the end of the first term, 385 ships at the end of the second term, but we're going to have a path to 600 ships over the next 20 years. I think the future of freedom is going to be determined in the Indo-Pacific. We have a strategy not just military, but decoupling from the economy and fighting them here at home with their cultural. You know, Ambassador Haley said somehow I wasn't doing. She welcomed them into South Carolina, gave them land near a military base, wrote the Chinese ambassador a love letter saying what a great friend they were. That was like their #1 way to do economic development. In Florida, I banned China from buying land in this state, and we kicked out on our universities, and we kicked the Confucius Institutes out of our universities. We've recognized the threat, and we've acted swiftly and decisively.
Senator Scott, you've been in the Congress since 2011. Defense spending has fallen over that entire period of time. Where are we going to get the money, and what would you build, and what kind of ships to deter China from attacking Taiwan?
Well, two major problems with the question. Number one, we do not have currently a defense industrial bank to allow us to have the kind of production that we need in order to keep America safe. Frankly, if we are not prepared to fight and engage in 3 continents at the same time, think about where we are today. In the Middle East, we are in the midst of trying to back our strongest ally. In Eastern Europe, we're seeing our resources and our weaponry help degrade the Russian military. The Indo-Pacific, we have real challenges. The long-term threat is China. immediate threat is our southern border. In order for us to have the military to fight 3 different continents at the exact same time, we are going to have to invest heavily in our military, but we're also going to have to invest heavily in an industrial base so that we can hit our objectives from a military perspective, not only with our ships, but also with our planes. We are so old as a military that in order for us to recalibrate, we're going to have to invest. One of the things I do in my Made in America strategy is we create more than 4 million new jobs by having high-tech manufacturing come back to America, decoupling from China, so that we focus our attention on creating that industrial revolution that will be necessary for us to achieve the goal of having a military that is ready to be lethal and come home safe.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Ramaswamy, I'm looking for specifics. What would you build? Where would you build it? When would they be in the water? How big would the fleet get?
First answer is end the toxic divest to invest program. For people who don't know about that, we're decommissioning ships in the South China Sea. The foundation of war is economics. Rebuild our defense industrial base at home. But here's the dirty little secret. Our actual defense industrial base depends on China for the supply chain, for the F-35 jets, for the ships that we're building. Think about this. Why are we stockpiling that if it isn't to actually be strong against our enemy, China? We depend on them for that. Just like we depend on them for pharmaceuticals, just like we depend on them for semiconductors. So here's why we can't get tough with China. It's because we depend on them for our modern way of life, and we have to declare economic independence from our enemy. That's the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson, at the age of 33, would have signed. Today, if he were alive, that's the Declaration of Independence that I will sign as the next president. I do have to recognize that Ron DeSantis was correct about acknowledging Nikki Haley's tough talk when she was ambassador to the UN, calling China our great friend, bringing the CCP to South Carolina. What he left out, though, Ron, and be honest about it, there was a lobbying-based exemption in that bill that allowed Chinese nationals to buy land within a 20-mile radius of a military base lobbied for by one of your donors. So I think we have to call a spade a spade. We need politicians who are independent of the forces that increase our dependence on China. My message to Xi Jinping is this. You are done buying land in this country. You will not donate to universities in this country. U.S. businesses won't expand into the Chinese market until you play by the same set of rules.
Ramaswamy,
you're kicked out of the WTO, and you actually have to have accountability for the COVID-19 pandemic financially, which unleashed hell on the world. We have to hold them accountable.
Do you have a number and a plan?
I think that we need to increase our naval capacity by at least 20% over the course of the next several years and be able to meet our AUKUS agreement standards. Right now, we are at risk of not even being able to meet our AUKUS standards with Australia and the UK. So what we need to do is have a plan that reverses the trajectory of the divest to invest program
Hugh, I'd like to
by 20% over the next 3 years.
Governor Christie?
You know, my first observation, Hugh, is that nobody answers your question. And my second observation is these three in the middle think they're the enemy. I know China is the enemy, and that's what we should be focused on. So let's be really clear. The nuclear submarines in this United States Navy is the greatest deterrent to Chinese aggression, and that is the first place I would go to increase American naval power. Our nuclear submarines are able to move stealthily, quietly, and effectively, and if we are going to deter China from invading Taiwan, the only way we're going to do it is to make sure that they don't know whether how many nuclear submarines from the United States of America are in the South China Sea and in that area and ready to strike on them if they decide to move on Taiwan. And so we, as our first priority, need to go directly to our nuclear sub-program, Hugh, and we need to increase it drastically.
USS
that would be
North
priority
Dakota.
number one. Ships would come next. But to me, the ships are secondary choice here. The submarines are the single most important thing that we could be deterring, that we could be using to deter China. But the other thing we could do to deter China is to let them know that the blood money they're spending for Russia in Ukraine right now will not be effective, that we send Putin home with his tail between his legs and make them understand that the same fate waits for them if they decide to move towards Taiwan. With a more aggressive nuclear sub-program, we'll be able to make that threat real.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to take a brief pause now, and we'll be back to the Republican presidential primary debate. Please stay tuned.
All right, let's send Scotty out into the crowd here at 7:51. Still got about an hour of this to go while he's getting ready to talk to the crowd. Real quick, Steve, what are you thinking so far, buddy?
Oh, man. Yeah, I've taken a million notes. When Vivek answers questions, you feel like Jordan has the ball in his hands with the clock running out and the Bulls down 1. You just lean in, and you're like, what's he going to say? What's he going to do? I think Nikki Haley continues to be impressive on her grasp of the issues and the depth of the knowledge there. Tim Scott is too deferential. When the moderators interrupt him, he backs up.
He's done.
Where Vivek just says, sit down, shut up, I'm not done talking yet. I just don't think he's going to come through this process very well.
No, I got to say, guys, Chris Christie, I'm not that disappointed in him.
He's made some good points.
Andrew, real quick, and then we're going to send Scotty out to the crowd.
Well, I think I got my wish as far as, I mean, it was substantive, and there was a ton of foreign affairs question. You know, I mean, 1,000 different ways that they did Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, which are all in play, and they all showed that they know something.
Yeah.
I mean, bringing up nuclear subs, yeah, especially when they're hypersonics, potentially coming out of China.
All right, Scott, let's see what the crowd says.
So let's find out, first of all, show of hands. How many people think Nikki Haley's winning? Nobody likes Nikki Haley. Wow. How about Ron DeSantis? Ron DeSantis winning this? No hands up. Vivek Ramaswamy. How many think Vivek's winning? 3/4 of the crowd. Anybody thinking Tim Scott's winning? Chris Christie? No, so. Justin from the Lakes is here. Our Real People panel chairman. How's things going?
Good.
Who's winning?
I don't know. There's a lot more clarity this time, I think, from all of them. It's a more substantial debate than I thought it would be, especially from NBC. Less people, less pokes from the moderators. But yeah, I mean, even Christie, I mean, I'm not a fan of his at all, and I don't think he should be there, but he's even said some things. So, but yeah, I think Ron's coming out on top. But again, Vivek and Haley are right by him.
All right, highlights so far?
Ditto.
That's pretty good. What do you think?
I actually think every single one of them has won one of the points for one of the questions, with the exception of Ron DeSantis. He's been okay every single time, but he's not won a single one. I think I'm more convinced than ever now that Vivek is there to pave the way for Trump.
What did you think of Vivek Ramaswamy's smackdown on the NBC moderator?
Oh, that was wild. I did not see that coming. That was an impressive opening salvo, and he gave it to Ronna McDaniel and the moderators, and it just kind of set the tone for his debate tonight, I think.
Yeah, that was solid. That was great. All right, other highlights from folks out here. What do you think so far?
I'm liking Vivek for sure.
He's doing good.
I love his intro and everything. I think what he says, they're the true enemy. So yeah,
that's a good point. What do you think?
I like Ramaswamy because he's younger, so I think he would be able to connect with the younger generations.
What's your highlight so far?
Oh, I think Vivek's slap down right at the beginning was pretty awesome, but I think it's been a better debate overall than the last one.
Got a lot of substance going, don't we? What do you think?
I think we have a lot of substance going in this debate. I'm pleasantly surprised. I was taken aback by Vivek's opening comments when he went after the moderators and Ronna McDaniel. It's like I'm wondering if something is actually going to happen from that.
What did we think of the slam of Nikki Haley being Dick Cheney in high heels? Grown? Not good? Not good? What'd you think?
Took me a while to understand that. That's my buddy here.
All right, thanks, Scotty.
Definitely taking a shot there. Who's winning so far?
All right, thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it.
Back to tonight's NBC
Back to the
News
debate.
Republican presidential debate. Once again, here's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Lester. We're going to stay on China, and we're going to talk specifically about TikTok. Last week, Congressman Mike Gallagher, who is chairman of the House Bipartisan Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, published a long essay on TikTok following the flooding of pro-Hamas propaganda onto TikTok accounts across the United States. Chairman Gallagher called it shocking. He called the app predatory, controlled by America's preeminent adversary, one used to push propaganda and divide America. It's spyware, he said, a means of surveillance. Governor Christie, do you agree with Chairman Gallagher? And if so, would you ban or force the sale of TikTok?
I agree 100% with Chairman Gallagher, and let me say this. TikTok is not only spyware, it is polluting the minds of American young people all throughout this country, and they're doing it intentionally. And when you saw what happened in the last few weeks with all of this anti-Semitic, horrible stuff that their algorithms were pushing out at a gargantuan rate, This is China trying to further divide the United States of America. And this is one of the big failings among many of the Trump administration. He talked tough about TikTok. I heard him do it many times. But when it came down to it, he did not ban them when he could have and should have. And now since then, we've had an additional nearly 6 years of this type of poison being put out throughout the United States, even putting aside the spying, which we know is going on, and the theft of American personal data and information. So in my first week as president, we would ban TikTok. They want to go ahead and sell it, let them go ahead and sell it. But I'll tell you another reason we would do it. Facebook's not in China. X is not in China. They're not permitting a free flow of information to the Chinese people from our social media companies, yet we just open the door and let them do what they're doing. TikTok should be banned because they are poisoning American minds, and I would do it week one.
Thank you, Governor.
Solid answer,
I want to go to
Christie,
Governor
huh?
DeSantis. Would you ban or force the sale of TikTok, regardless of whether or not China allowed American apps to operate in China?
Yes, I think that China's the top threat we face. They've been very effective at infiltrating different parts of our society. So my policy on China and the Chinese Communist Party is very simple. We win, they lose. And in order to do that, it's not just military, it's economic, and it's cultural. And as the dad of a 6'5" and a 3-year-old, I'm concerned about the data that they're getting from our young people and what they're doing to pollute the minds of our young people. These kids get these devices and they have a mind of their own. And I know a lot of parents are looking, it's hard to even keep it out. China's obviously the most extreme, but this is happening with other things. So we are going to do that, and we are going to make sure to protect the American people. It's a full spectrum approach to be able to fend China off. Yes, military deterrence. Yes, economic decoupling, but also their role in our culture. If we ignore that, we're not going to be able to win the fight.
Thank you, Governor. Ambassador Haley, speak to the parents out there. There are probably TikTok apps on half the phones in this auditorium.
No, I'm going to speak to the fact that 2 people hit me and you didn't let me respond. So let's first talk about the fact that they want to talk about the Chinese land from 10 years ago. Yes, I brought a fiberglass company 10 years ago to South Carolina. But Ron, you are the chair of your economic development agency that as of last week said Florida is the ideal place for Chinese businesses. Not only that, you have a company that is manufacturer of Chinese military planes. You have it. They are expanding 2 training sites at 2 of your airports now, one which is 12 miles away from a naval base. Then you have another company that's expanding, and they were just invaded by the Department of Homeland Security. So mine was 10 years ago.
You gave
Yours
them
was
stuff.
6
I
months
didn't
ago.
give them anything.
What's your story?
And I abolished that agency that she's talking about.
No,
Enterprise Florida, we abolished it, and of course we banned China from buying
the
land.
Website
Not
last
exactly
week.
a
Go
great
check.
recruiting pitch if you're banning them from purchasing
You
land.
scrubbed the website
So we've stood
last
up
week.
and
Thank
we've
you,
done the
Ambassador
right thing
Haley.
in Florida.
Mr. Ramaswamy, we've talked about this. You campaign on TikTok.
I don't know that
How do you
anybody drew
get
blood
TikTok
there.
banned if you use it?
Yeah.
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
before
daughter
preaching to
out of your
anybody
voice.
else.
Yeah, that's a little low.
The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth.
You're
The
just
easy
scum.
answer is
Scum.
actually to say that we're just going to ban one app.
She said
we got
you're
to go
scum.
further.
Yeah, I believe
We
she
have to
did.
ban any U.S. company actually transferring U.S. data to the Chinese. Here's a story most people don't know. Airbnb hands over U.S. user data to the CCP. Now, that's a U.S.-owned company. So this is the problem when you have Republicans that temporarily go the way the winds blow, and now it's popular to talk tough on China. When she was UN ambassador, called them literally, her words, not mine, our great friend.
He clearly
you can't be
believes that
fair
she's
weather
the
fans
biggest
of the
threat
right
on the stage
policy.
tonight.
Get to the root cause. Even U.S. companies in Silicon Valley are regularly doing it. Cut the virtue signaling. The fact of the matter is Democrats are on TikTok today. The only person, one of the few people who is putting up content the way the actual algorithms work, speaking for pro-Israel views or others, is
Ambassador
me. And I predict
Haley,
more Republicans will join it. But stop U.S. companies from turning over data to Chinese companies. That's the real
moderators
answer,
like
not the virtue
Kristen
signal.
don't get to respond to personal attacks, but you do.
Thank you very much. You know, when he talks about me praising China, he doesn't know the fact that the reason China was praised was because I negotiated with China and Russia the largest set of sanctions against North Korea in a generation. That is literally the reason North Korea stopped testing ballistic missiles. So I said China did good on their part. That was a
You said
negotiation
they were a
you
great
could
friend
never
is
do.
what you said, Nikki. Those are your words, not mine. And so just own up to it.
You would never
you can
have been
change
able
your
to
mind.
get
That's
that
allowed.
negotiation
But don't
done.
lie to the people about
I
what
have
you've said or
fought
what you've done in
against
South
China
Carolina.
my
You have brought
entire
them to South
career
Carolina.
at the
Ron is
United
right about
Nations.
that.
Every day I fought China, and I did it
Look at the
by making
actual
sure
hard
no
facts.
one
You
could
brought
get
them to this
any
country.
agency heads in UN. I did it by making sure that we called them out on human rights. I did it by making sure that we held them accountable on everything that they did. That's the reason we got out of the Human Rights Council. That's the reason we called them out. And there's not been a day I haven't
Nikki,
stopped
Senator
reading
Scott,
It is your turn,
policy
Mr.
experience with the millions
Ramaswamy.
you made afterwards.
Everybody else is hanging on to the rules
great
here,
food
Mr.
fight, first
Ramaswamy.
one.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. We should. I appreciate y'all clapping for me already. This is wonderful answer. Love this. Without any question. What we should do is ban TikTok, period. Now, we saw under former President Trump, he tried to ban TikTok twice, but was struck down by our federal courts. If you cannot ban TikTok, you should eliminate the Chinese presence on the app. Period. We also should provide, in my parents' Bill of Rights, we give parents the opportunity to give their kids permission under 14 to be on those apps. I think it's incredibly important for us as Americans to take back control of the information, especially of our kids. Where does it go? We should know that. One of the ways that we get to know that is by having a parental consent. But if we can eliminate TikTok, that is a first step. But it's not just TikTok. China continues to spy on our kids, but they're also buying our farmlands. We talked about that several times there. We have to make sure that we use the tools that are in our toolkit to stop China from buying farmland near our bases. The third thing we have to do is make sure that they stop stealing our intellectual property. They're literally stealing our IP to compete against us. In my administration, we stopped that day one, and we start making sure that we create six-figure income for jobs made in America through my strategy.
Kristen.
Hugh, thank you so much. We're now going to talk about Venezuela, where millions have fled political and economic turmoil. Many Venezuelan immigrants are settling right
Did
here
we talk
in
about
Florida.
the
Former
crime or the
President Trump and
border or the
President
economy
Biden
at
have
some
taken
point here?
different
$33
approaches to
trillion
Nicolas
in
Maduro's
debt, maybe,
regime
or
with little result.
Venezuela?
Former
We've had an
President
hour
Trump
and
put
5 minutes
economic
here of
pressure
foreign
on
policy.
Venezuela
They'll slip
and
it in the
backed
last
one of
5
Maduro's
minutes.
rivals. President Biden temporarily eased sanctions to encourage electoral reforms. Governor DeSantis, do you see the political situation in Venezuela as a threat to the United States, and what would your approach be?
We should never rely on Venezuela for oil like Biden has had to go beg. I'm going to unleash all of America's energy potential. On day one, I'm taking all the Biden regulations, the Green New Deal, ripping it up and throwing it in the trash can where it belongs. We're going to lower your gas prices. We're going to create jobs. We're going to lower energy costs. But we're also going to be more energy independent and secure. We'll choose Midland over Moscow. We'll choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs. And we'll choose Bakken over Beijing. That is good for America's national security. Biden's Green New Deal, that's good for Venezuela, it's good for Russia, it's good for Iran, and it's good for China. So I would turn the screws on the Venezuelan regime. I think it's a corrupt, dictatorial regime, and we should never go hat in hand begging for oil from them.
Just to be clear, would you reimpose the sanctions?
Yes, absolutely.
Ambassador Haley, what would your approach be?
You know, I stood on the Simon Bolivar Bridge and watched thousands of Venezuelans cross in the for hours in the hot sun holding their babies to get the one meal they might get that day going from Venezuela to Colombia. They were fleeing socialism and begging for freedom. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to sanction Maduro. We shouldn't be getting dirty oil, and Biden just gave 500,000 Venezuelans temporary priority status, which is just going to have more of them come. But on the energy side, it cracks me up that Ron continues to do this. He has opposed fracking. He's opposed drilling. Last time he said it wasn't true, and everybody found out that it was true. He opposed it before Florida voters even voted on it. He was praised by the Sierra Club, and you're trying to make up for it and act like you weren't a liberal when it comes to the environment. You were. You always have been. Just own it if that's the case, but don't keep saying you're something that you're not.
Let me respond to that. Our whole energy plan, you can't get the shale without fracking. We are absolutely going to frack, but I disagree with Nikki Haley. I don't think it's a good idea to drill in the Florida Everglades, and I know most Floridians agree with me.
You banned fracking.
Thank you very much. Lester?
All right, thank you. Let's turn to one of the biggest issues for voters. That, of course, is the economy. This is a question that will go to all of you. An Iowa voter recently told NBC News, how am I going to make sure my pantry's stocked without breaking the bank? You've all said the best way to deal with rising prices is to cut government spending. But that would take time to play out, and Americans are struggling right now. Senator Scott, I'll start with you. What would you do the moment you take office to help Americans manage the cost of living? So we're talking about short term here.
My mother was a single mother who raised me and my brother in a very challenging economic situation. The first thing I can tell you is that when your gas prices are 40% higher right now than they were just a little over 2 years ago, that's not a problem for my mama. That was a crisis. The first thing I would do as President of the United States is I would sign the XL Keystone Pipeline and start seeing resources flow. Second thing I would do is make sure that there's certainty and predictability so that those folks who have the leases in our country would have the certainty and predictability to go ahead and become energy independent. We should focus not just on being energy independent, we should focus on being energy dominant. America is the home to more energy resources than any other country on the planet. We can reduce the price of energy, we can reduce the price of food and the price of electricity if we focus on my build here, don't borrow from China plan that is embedded the Made in America strategy, creates 10 million new jobs in 3 different areas. One is innovation. Second is the high-tech manufacturing. And the third is the energy economy. We have an opportunity as Americans to actually export the surplus energy that we create in our nation and disconnect from China and from murderous dictators and tyrants around the world.
Your time is up, but let me just follow up. The idea of pumping gas, of turning on pipelines, that doesn't make gas cheaper that day. I'm talking about you become president. What can you do specifically to help people feel better about their situation or be better with their situation?
Well, actually, it does, to be honest with you. The way that the economy works is it works on the ability to anticipate excess supply versus the demand. When that happens,
he's 100% right.
Confidence drives our prices down because we know there's going to be a greater surplus. When you allow for those who have leases to actually start drilling, to start using those leases for more energy excavation, you put our economy in the strongest position, and as a result of that, prices start going down. That is the kind of economy that, as President of the United States, I would lead this nation to making sure that we first use the resources in our own country and not going outside of our country in order to achieve our objective. You know, Proverbs 22:7 reminds us that the borrower is slave to the lender. We have become an indentured servant too often to countries like China. By having an energy economy, we start allowing this nation to once again return.
Senator, thank you. Let me ask the same question to Governor DeSantis. Can you give us some, you ticked off a number of things a moment ago, but some specific examples of ways that would put people on a better economic footing right away?
So I started off working minimum wage jobs. I did $6 an hour as an electrician's assistant. I worked all kinds of things to be able to get through school. And I did that because I believed in America, if you work hard and get the most out of your God-given ability, you can get ahead. And what's happening now, many of you are working hard and you're falling further and further behind. I've met people in Iowa, New Hampshire, and all across the country who've talked about all the burdens that they're facing with the rising prices. And I've heard from multiple people the same story. When they go grocery shopping, what they now do is they figure out what they have to take out of the cart once it's ringing up, because it rings up so much faster and so much higher at the cash register that they can't afford the full cart of groceries anymore. We have to restore the American dream in this country. What can you do on day one? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the executive orders, the regulations, everything involving Bidenomics. I'm going to rip it up, and I'm going to throw it in the trash can on day one where it belongs. That is going to give the economy breathing room, and I'm also going to rein in the Federal Reserve. They have helped create, with their reckless monetary policy, what we have faced since the COVID-19 pandemic. They botched it. Congress botched it. Both parties are to blame. Fed should focus on stable prices. They are not an economic central planner for the American people.
Governor, thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy, weigh in on this. Sure. Ways that you can improve people's financial condition in the short term.
Right, and as a CEO, the economic question is core to my vision and policy prescription for this country. Increase the supply of everything. It's the law of supplies and demand. Increase the supply of energy. That brings down the cost of energy, grows the economy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Increase the supply of labor in this country. Stop using our taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home instead of to go to work. Increase the supply of housing. People don't talk about this one in the Republican Party. The land use restrictions are constricting the supply of housing. That's making housing more expensive for ordinary Americans across this country. So that's the true answer. And I think it takes a CEO in the White House who actually understands this to get this done. Because Americans at home, they know the Bidenomics is a lie. Prices are going up, interest rates and mortgages to buy your home are going up, but wages have remained flat. That's the hard diagnosis for our economy. And this is about more than just our economy. I say this as a member of my generation. I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. The reason my generation has lost our sense of national pride, in part, is because people in my generation feel like the American dream isn't available to them. And part of the reason why is we've burdened them with four-year college degrees that did not serve their head start on the American dream. People will be more proud of a country if we're all making more money in that country. This is how we revive national pride and our identity, and it will take a CEO in the White House with zero-based budgeting, by the way, to take on the federal debt to get this job done.
Let me turn to Governor Christie on that.
Well, look, Lester, part of the entire premise of the question, and I agree with Tim on this, is absolutely energy is the key to this because it drives every one of those other prices. You know, now food gets to your grocery store, it gets trucked. And those truckers have to pay for fuel and for the higher fuel prices. And when you go ahead and you tell people, we are going to unleash every bit of American energy, every bit of its potential, what happens in the futures markets? The prices go down because those people who are believing that the Biden program will continue are the ones who are bidding this up. And let me tell you the other place that's bidding it up, in the Middle East. And so if you don't believe that making sure that Israel and that Israel situation that's going on right now isn't resolved and resolved quickly as President of the United States and bring stability back, that will also not permit countries like Saudi Arabia and others to be able to jack their prices as well in what they say is in response to a crisis, when it's really what it's in response to is putting more money in their pockets. When they have an American president who knows that Israel must be defended not with humanitarian pauses and not with suggestions for ceasefire, but with letting them know we will supply them with everything they need, that will also bring stability to the market. Energy is the key to bringing this down. It's what every American family needs when they turn on their lights, fill up their car, and go to the grocery store. And we need to do that first and foremost. That's the short-term answer.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Hillary, let me come at
Christie's
this from a
doing a good job tonight, guys.
Americans in rural communities
and that's
are being
from all of them
especially
so far in
squeezed
the economy.
by inflation right now. An Iowa State University study found that last year inflation cost rural households about an extra $5,000. How would you specifically help rural Americans who are suffering right now, Ambassador?
Well, I'm a product of rural America. I grew up in rural South Carolina, and I can tell you what we're seeing now in America is the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. We have to go and start beefing up the middle class, and the first thing I would do is I will eliminate the federal gas and diesel tax in this country. We'll cut taxes on the middle class, but we have to stop this spending binge that's happening by Republicans and Democrats in Congress. I will make sure, one, we claw back the $500 billion of unspent COVID dollars that are out there. Instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud that exist, one out of every $7. We'll stop the spending, we'll stop the borrowing, we'll eliminate the earmarks, and I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't go back to pre-COVID levels. That will cut trillions and allow us to be safe. We also need to be not energy independent, energy dominant. We are blessed with resources, let's do it. But the reason no one should give you a number, Hugh, on the amount of ships in the Navy is because in a few years, our interest expense is going to be more than our defense budget. So no one can give you that number realistically without first tackling what's happening with the financial situation. It would be a false number to give you that. We have got to understand this is a crisis. It is a national security concern. If we don't deal with what's going to happen with that interest expense in a few years, we're going to look like Japan, and we can't let that happen. The strong dollar matters.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Christian.
Americans could
She has been the
see
strongest on the debt the whole night.
Americans could see their Social Security benefits
She's gonna run away with it
drastically
tonight.
cut in the next decade because the program is running out of money. Former President Trump has said, quote, under no circumstances should Republicans cut entitlements. Governor Christie, first to you. You have proposed raising the retirement age for younger Americans. What would that age be specifically, and would you consider making any other reforms to Social Security?
Sure, and we have to deal with this problem. Now, look, if we raise the retirement age a few years for folks that are in their 30s and 40s, I have a son who's in the audience tonight who's 30 years old. If he can't adjust to a few-year increase in Social Security retirement age over the next 40 years, I got bigger problems with him than his Social Security payments. And the fact is, we need to be realistic about this. There are only three things that go into determining whether Social Security can be solvent or not: retirement age, eligibility for the program in general, and taxes. That's it. We are already overtaxed in this country, and we should not raise those taxes. But on eligibility also, I don't know if out there tonight, and if you're watching Warren, I don't know if Warren Buffett is collecting Social Security, but if he is, shame on you. You shouldn't be taking the money. There are a lot of programs in this country that we all pay for that we don't get a direct benefit from. Food stamps is one of them. I've never, fortunately in my life, ever had me or my family on food stamps. But I'm glad it's there so that no one in this country goes to bed hungry at night if they have availability to that program. But I don't get a direct benefit. The fact is, on Social Security, remember why it was established. It was established as a safety net program to make sure that no one would grow old in this country in poverty. That's what we got to get back to. Rich people should not be collecting Social Security.
Governor, can you give me a specific age? 69,
What he
70?
just said
What
there
would
is
the
a
age be?
bombshell, you
Look,
guys.
that's going to be a part of a
Couple of
negotiation
them.
with Congress, Kirsten, and hell, I'm not going to start negotiating until I get there.
All right, Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in on this, because you said in June that you would be open to raising the retirement age. Have you determined what that age would be specifically, and what other reforms are you looking at?
So first of all, any candidate that tells you that they're not going to take on entitlements is not being serious. Social Security will go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare will go bankrupt in 8. Right now, you have Ron and Trump joining Biden and Pelosi saying they're not going to change or do any sort of entitlement reform. What we need to do is keep our promises. Those that have been promised should keep it. But for like my kids in their 20s, you go and you say we're going to change the rules. You change the retirement age for them. Instead of cost of living increases, we should go to increases based on inflation. We should limit benefits on the wealthy. Bernie Marcus can tell you he hates getting that check. Limit the benefits on the wealthy, and then expand Medicare Advantage plans. Seniors love that, and let's make sure we do that so that they can have more competition. That's how we'll deal with entitlement reform, and that's how we'll start to pay down this debt.
And can you give me a specific age? Have you determined the age?
Again, you have to work with Chris. What I can tell you you is it's going to be those in their 20s just coming into the system, and it should reflect more of life expectancy. It doesn't do that now.
All right, Mr. Ramaswamy,
That's a good point.
have you determined if you would touch entitlements and Social Security? What, if any, reforms are you looking at?
So this is really important right now. We're working within the last window I believe we will have to actually fix this problem while still leaving Social Security and Medicare benefits for current seniors intact. I'll tell you how. The other candidates assume, like Nikki, that it can't be done. And on her math, she's right about it. But her math assumes $7 trillion of our $33 trillion national debt going to fight wars like in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. Minus that, our national debt would be $26 trillion right now. Then you go to zero-based budgeting, which I've proposed as a CEO. It's how I've run businesses. It's how many CEOs run businesses. Don't use last year's budget as the baseline. Start with zero as the baseline and then ask what's actually necessary. 75% headcount reduction. Yes, that is severe. In the number of federal employees in the Washington, D.C. bureaucracy. Shut down redundant agencies that should not exist. Deliver economic growth as a positive tailwind. I think we can get to 3, 4, maybe even 5% GDP growth if we really take the regulatory shackles off of our economy. And against that backdrop, I believe this is our last best window to be able to take care of our national debt problem through those severe measures, including sacrificing the foreign wars that many bloodthirsty members of both parties have a hunger for.
He's making
That's
a good
the
point
one
here.
secret for how we're going to be able to do this, and that requires discipline. So we can't have the first conversation we were having sending foreign aid willy-nilly to countries whose national debt per capita is less than ours.
Thank you,
But if we
Mr.
do this
Ramaswamy.
correctly, I think this is our last window, and it'll take a CEO from the next generation to do it.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott, weigh in here. What are you looking at to keep Social Security sustainable?
The bottom line is a simple one. We have to grow our economy and cut our spending. Let me just say to my mama and to every other mama or grandfather receiving Social Security, as President of the United States, I will protect your Social Security. The fact is that we're spending today about $1.1 trillion on Social Security, about $750 billion on Medicare, about $300 billion on Medicaid, about $400 billion on veterans benefits, $1.7 trillion on annual appropriations. If we're going to actually tame this tiger, the way you do it is not by picking on seniors who have paid into a program that deserve their money coming back out to them. The way you deal with it is, number one, you have to grow your economy. My plan, Made in America, creates 10 million new jobs, grows our economy at 5%. By doing so, you add trillions of dollars of economic activity and billions of dollars to your treasury. Number two, you have to cut taxes. When we cut taxes in 2017, I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Everybody said, well, guess what? Revenue will go down. Well, in 2018, after we wrote it in 2017, what happened? Revenue went up by 3%, and the next year it went up by another 3%. So what we know is that the Laffer curve still works, but the lower the tax, the higher the revenue. And finally, if we're going to deal with it, we have to take our annual appropriations back to pre-2020, pre-COVID levels of spending, which would save us about $500 billion in the next budget window. By doing that, we deal with Social Security and our mandatory spending.
Thank you, Senator. Very quickly, would you raise the retirement age? Would you be open to raising the retirement age, or do you rule that out?
All you have to do is go to a farm in Iowa and watch the hard work and the dedication.
Yes or
you and
no,
I
though,
having
Senator?
a conversation.
Yes or
the
no,
answer
though?
is no, but listen to this, though, before you go on. Thank you. The fact of the matter is that the more physical your labor, a year or 2 or 3 more is actually challenging to the physical body. You and I might have a different perspective, but for those farmers, they're working night and day.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
Smart
Governor
answer.
DeSantis, finally to you. Would you be open to raising the retirement age, and how would you keep Social Security sustainable?
Well, look, as governor of Florida, I know a few people on Social Security, and I know it's important. My grandmother lived till 91, and Social Security was her sole source of income, and that's true for a lot of seniors throughout this country. So what I'd say to seniors in America, promise made, promise kept. I understand what you're going through with the rising prices, and you need that Social Security check. So we'll make sure to get that done. What can you do to help shore up Social Security? One of the things that's causing problems is the inflation. We have to reduce inflation. When you have higher inflation, the seniors get a cost of living adjustment, which means the program's spending more, but it doesn't cover the increase in the actual inflation rate. We also do need to get to at least 3% growth. You're never going to be able to have be able to solve the budget without that. But I would note this. Congress for decades took money from Social Security. Social Security would have more tax revenue that it put out. They would take it and then they'd write an IOU to Social Security. Congress has a lot of dirty hands on this.
That's
I'm
right.
going to force Congress to stop spending so much money. And you know, one thing we have to we talk about the retirement age is just something that's changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Life expectancy in the United States is declining.
So, Governor,
in this
yes
country.
or no? Would you raise it? Would you raise the retirement age?
When life expectancy is declining,
She's trying to write some Democratic
I don't see how you
attack
could
ads, is
raise
what
it
she
the
is.
other
Of course
direction.
she is.
So it's one thing to peg it on life expectancy, but we have had a significant decline in life expectancy in this country,
you
and
rule
that's
it
just
out.
the fact.
All right, Governor DeSantis, thank you. Thank you, candidates. And we will be right back after a quick break from Miami, Florida.
All right. 25 minutes after 8 o'clock, you are listening to the third Republican presidential debate live from Miami on WZFG Dilworth, AM 1100 The Flag, 92.3
Text your
FM.
answer to 80810.
Also,
Yeah, we just got a.
There we go. There we
Just
go.
got a
There we
feed
go.
we couldn't quiet down.
There
Scotty,
we
I'll
go.
give you like a 1 minute, okay? When we're getting close to it. So Scott's going to head out and talk to the people. I'm going to say what was talked about here in this room earlier, but this is by far the best debate we've had on the issues that really matter. We just had a good 10 to 12 minutes there on how to handle the national debt, where everybody got a chance to weigh in on that issue, and they got a chance to address tough things like the entitlement programs and how do you reform all of that. And I think NBC, for all the jokes that I made about them going into this thing, they have done by far the best job of getting good content out there so we can understand what these people believe about these issues.
Steve, I'm 100% with you. We all went into this thing going, "Oh, come on, you're kidding me." NBC, this is going to be horrible. These guys have complete control of this debate, and you're right. The candidates are respecting their time. There's a little back and forth here and there, but we are actually hearing substantial stuff from the candidates.
And adult answers.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot just say, well, we're going to do some bunnies and some rainbows and take care of these problems. They are answering the tough questions and putting stuff out there that is not going to be popular with people, but that's what we need to see to know who actually is serious about taking care of these issues.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
We have a panel of real people and no pundits. These are just folks that are watching the debate with us in our debate watch party tonight, brought to you by Americans for Prosperity. And I want to find out, first of all, by show of hands, are you engaged in this debate? Are you liking the issues? Kind of, okay, more of us than not, right? All right. So now the question is anybody changed their mind? Has anybody tonight seen anybody that causes them to change from where you came in? What about you?
I think Ramaswamy's coming around for me.
You like the guy?
He's making some good points.
He's a debater. What do you think? They can't hear you shake your head on the radio. Do you like any of these candidates?
I do.
Who's your favorite?
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy. Okay. Let's go back over here, see how these guys are doing. Andrew, what do you think?
Well, Nikki Haley's gone up quite a few notches in my book, but yeah, substantive debate and really flexing what they know. That they really have a good knowledge of the issues.
And this is a fun Americans for Prosperity gathering. They do this a lot, the grassroots, so we appreciate the sponsorship and glad to get your take. Anybody going up a notch for you?
You know what? I wasn't a big fan of Ramaswamy coming into this, but he has been very impressive. And, you know, so I'm still not going to say I'd vote for him, but, you know, he's grown with me.
All right, next, how about you?
I would agree with him.
Yeah, Ramaswamy.
Yeah, he's growing on me.
All right, who's anybody growing on DeSantis? Think DeSantis has done a pretty good job? How about Haley? No? What do you think?
I would say Vivek has done the best.
You?
Definitely Vivek.
Scott has risen the most in my estimation. To me, he's just risen the most in my opinion. So that's all that matters.
Oh, sure, it's interesting. All right, we're going to go back live to the debate. 1.5 hours to go, folks.
That's right. You're, again, listening to the third Republican presidential debate on KTGO Tioga, AM 1090 The Flag, 92.7, WZFG Dilworth, AM 1100 The Flag, 92.3 FM, and back to the debate.
Presidential debate. Once again, here's Salem Radio's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Lester. When NBC News talks to voters, when I talk to voters every day, they all say that the border is a top issue. It can mean a lot of different things. It can mean 2 million people who crossed illegally last year. It can mean more than 150 arrests of people on the terror watch list. It can mean the burden on states from having migrants move into their states from the southwestern border. But I want to talk about opioids specifically and fentanyl, and I'll start with you, Senator Scott. Tens of thousands of Americans' families have suffered a death to fentanyl. Young people sometimes die taking one pill. What can you do as Commander-in-Chief on the first day to stop fentanyl and the waterfall of it into this country?
Well, number one, we should close our southern border. For $10 billion, we could close our southern border. For an additional $5 billion, we could use the currently available military technology to surveil our southern border to stop fentanyl from crossing our border. I've already led on legislation that would sanction the Mexican cartels. If you remember the path, the precursors come from China. Then they are manufactured in Mexican labs, and then the Mexican cartels bring them across our border. By sanctioning their accounts and eliminating their cash, we starve them of what they need. Number one, closing our southern border makes it nearly impossible to get in. The military-grade technology is a backup, making sure that we not only stop 70,000 deaths in the last 12 months because of fentanyl, it also allows us to deal with the human trafficking travesty that is entering in our country in the same path. If we are going to deal effectively with 100,000 overdose deaths in our country and the 70,000 that is directly linked to fentanyl, we have to deal with our ports of entry and deal with our southern border. If we do that effectively, we have started reducing the challenge from the outside, and then we have to deal with the challenge on the inside, which seems to be connected to a mental health crisis that is spreading throughout our nation.
Governor Christie, Senator Scott just mentioned ports of entry. 90% of the fentanyl that is seized in the United States is seized at ports of entry. We don't know what's coming in across the open southern border. You've been a United States attorney. You've taken on cartels. Can it really be done quickly? What would you do as president?
It can be done quickly in two ways, Hugh, on fentanyl. The first way is exactly as you suggest, at ports of entry. We have to beef up what our law enforcement has in terms of technology. I would invest in that as president. We need to make sure that law enforcement has every tool at its disposal to do it. Secondly, on day one, I would sign an executive order that would send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol, both at ports of entry and at the open ports of our border. Customs and Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. There's 200,000 encounters a month over the last 11 months. We simply do not have the man and woman power at the border to be able to deal with it. And so dealing with both law enforcement, and you're right, we have done this, we can do this, but we got to give them the tools to do it, and technology is one of the biggest tools that we don't have enough of at the ports of entry. Now, we also need to lower demand, Hugh, in this country. And the way to lower demand is to start treating people again. You know, we started to do this before COVID, and we haven't done enough of it. And for every family out there tonight who has lost a loved one to fentanyl or to any other type of opioid overdose, what you know is all you want is a chance for them to win their lives back. When I'm president of the United States, we're going to call this what it is. It is a disease like heart disease, diabetes, or any other disease like cancer that can be treated, should be treated. We not only have to stop supply, but we have to lower demand and save lives.
Thank you, Governor. Governor DeSantis, you have talked about using United States Special Forces to attack the cartels where they manufacture the chemicals that come from China. How often? How many? What does that look like?
Well, first, I was speaking to a dad who lost a son to fentanyl overdose. Son wasn't a drug addict. He had taken some pill that happened to be laced with fentanyl, and it was a fatal overdose. And when he told me, obviously the pain of losing a child is as bad as it gets, but he said what was salt in the wounds is that these elites in D.C. don't give a damn about what's going on in this country. They don't care that we have tens of thousands of opioid deaths, that the fentanyl's pouring in. They are not taking the type of action that we need to. We're declaring it a national emergency on day one. I'm sending U.S. military to the border. I'm going to stop the invasion cold. I am going to deport people who came illegally. And I'm even going to build the border wall and have Mexico pay for it like Donald Trump promised. How are you going to do it? Yeah, Mexico's not going to fork over money. We're going to impose fees on the remittances that foreign workers send to foreign countries. We'll raise billions of dollars. I'll build a wall. But we are going to designate the cartels to be foreign terrorist organizations or something similar to that. And we're going to authorize the use of deadly force. We're going to have maritime operations to interdict precursor chemicals going into Mexico. But I'll tell you this, if someone in the drug cartels is sneaking fentanyl across the border when I'm president, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to shoot them stone cold dead.
Outstanding.
That's his best moment of the night.
Outstanding.
Good.
Ambassador Haley, if the United States uses special forces in Mexico without prior notice to the Mexican allies to our south, what would your colleagues at the United Nations think about that?
I don't care what my colleagues at the United Nations think. What I'll tell you is, first of all, you have to go to the source. We have lost more Americans than the Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars combined. We lost 75,000 Americans last year. Go to the source. It is the reason why we'll continue to say we will end all normal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans. You watch how quick that flow stops. The second thing is we'll send special operations in to take out the cartels. We need to go to where they're distributing it, where the supply centers are, and take them out. We'll put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We will defund sanctuary cities. We will go back to the Remain in Mexico policy so that everybody stays in Mexico and they never get here in the first place. And instead of catch and deport, we'll go to catch and release. I'm sorry, instead of catch and release, we'll go to catch and deport. That is the way we'll deal with the border. Those are the things that we have to do going forward. But I do agree with Chris. One of the first things that we have to do is really focus on mental health and addiction centers. It is something that is needed in our country terribly because we don't deal with mental health, and someone who doesn't get care for mental health falls into addiction, and we owe it to them to treat it like the cancer that it is.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Loving these answers, guys.
Special forces in Mexico, shoot them stone cold dead at the border?
Yep.
One thing I just want to say and how we're talking about this issue is, like Ron, I've actually met many parents across this country who have lost their kids to laced pharmaceuticals that have fentanyl in them. The only thing I would ask, Ron, I think you'd be on the same page with me on this. Let's not even call that an overdose. Right. That is not an overdose. That is poisoning. If you put that fentanyl in a Big Mac, we would not call that an overdose. You'd call it what it is. It's closer to bioterrorism. Yep. And I say that because as it uniquely relates to this crisis, that does warrant more aggressive means to deal with it. So there's a new presidential election in Mexico in 2024. People may not be aware of that. It's going to be someone other than Obrador, who has been a disaster in Mexico. I think he's even mentioned me obliquely in speeches to say that somebody who would do this shouldn't get anywhere near the White House. Well, AMLO, get out of the way. There's going to be someone else in charge. I hope to build a good relationship with that next president of Mexico. We'll use our own military to seal our own southern border. What we need to do is stop using our military to protect somebody else's border halfway around the world when we're short right here at home. Get serious about protecting this border. And then the other thing that hasn't been discussed is the northern border. I'm the only candidate on the stage, as far as I'm aware, who has actually visited the northern border. There was enough fentanyl that was captured just on the northern border last year to kill 3 million Americans. So we got to just skate to where the puck is going, not just where the puck is. Don't just build the wall, build both walls. Can't just complete the wall, use the military to seal the Swiss cheese for the tunnels that they're actually building underneath that wall.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what needs to be
Ramaswamy.
practical and actually get this job done.
Thank you. Kristen.
Thank you, Hugh. Let's talk now about last night's election results. Abortion rights supporters saw victories in Ohio and Virginia following earlier wins in states like Kansas and Kentucky. Governor DeSantis, first to you, how do you see the path forward for Republicans on this issue?
Well, I stand for a culture of life, and I understand that it's important that everyone gets a shot. I'm reminded of a story about a young mother who was struggling in Jamaica about 45 years ago. She was counseled to not have a baby because she was poor, baby wouldn't have opportunity, and she came close. to have an abortion, but she decided to have the baby, born poor in Jamaica. And the reason I know that story is because that baby girl ended up emigrating to the state of Florida, becoming a lawyer and a judge, and I appointed her to the Florida Supreme Court in August of 2022. Wow. We're better off when everybody counts. We're better off when we can promote a culture of life. At the same time, I understand that some of these states are doing it a little bit different. Texas is not going to do it the same as New Hampshire. Iowa's not necessarily going to do it the same as Virginia. So you got to work from the bottom up. You got to do a better job on these referenda. I think of all the stuff that's happened to the pro-life cause, they have been caught flat-footed on these referenda, and they have been losing the referenda. A lot of the people who are voting for the referenda are Republicans who would vote for a Republican candidate. So you got to understand how to do that. But let's just be clear. The Democrats have taken a position. They will not identify the point at which there should be any protection all the way up until birth. That is wrong, and we cannot stand for that.
All right, Governor DeSantis, thank you. Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in. Former President Trump has consistently blamed the abortion issue and how Republican candidates have talked about it for their electoral losses. How do you see the path forward?
You know, I've said it before. I think you have to be honest with the American people. This is a personal issue for every woman and every man. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband Michael was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, when you look post-Roe, a wrong was made right. They took it out of the hands of unelected justices and they put it in the hands of the people. And now we're seeing states vote. And what I'll tell you is, as much as I'm pro-life, I don't judge anyone for being pro-choice, and I don't want them to judge me for being pro-life. So when we're looking at this, there are some states that are going more on the pro-life side. I welcome that. There's some states that are going more on the pro-choice side. I wish that wasn't the case, but the people decided. But when it comes to the federal law, which is what's being debated here, be honest, it's going to take 60 Senate votes, a majority of the House, and a president to sign it. So no, we haven't had 60 Senate votes in over 100 years. We might have 45 pro-life senators. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president can ban these state laws. So let's find consensus. Let's agree on how we can ban late-term abortions. Let's make sure we encourage adoptions and good quality adoptions. Let's make sure we make contraception accessible. Let's make sure that none of these state laws put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty for getting an abortion. Let's focus on how to save as many babies as we can and support as many moms as we can. And stop the judgment. We don't need to divide America over this issue anymore.
Thank you,
She's
Ambassador.
so good.
Senator Scott.
She's running away with
And
it.
being a woman, being able to give that answer just gives her a double barrel.
Senator Scott, I'd like you to weigh in. How do you see the path forward, and what do you make of what Ambassador Haley just said? Do you see this as a consensus issue?
Well, I'm 100% pro-life. I have had 100% pro-life voting record. I would certainly, as President of the United States, have a 15-week national limit. I would not allow states like California, Illinois, or New York to have abortion up until the day of birth. I certainly wouldn't not allow for governors, former governor, Democratic governor of Virginia, who talked about infanticide. We need a 15-week federal limit. 3 out of 4 Americans agree with a 15-week limit. 47 out of 50 countries in Europe agree with a 15-week limit. I would challenge both Nikki and Ron to join me at a 15-week limit. It is in our nation's best interest, and frankly, I think it's unethical and immoral to allow for abortions up until the day of birth. We have an opportunity in this nation to stop that reckless behavior from states like California, New York, and Illinois. I'd go a step further. In my parents' plan, we start by talking about funding, block granting resources to crisis pregnancy centers. We should support adoption. There are a number of ways that we can say to the expectant mother that we stand with you. We should not only be pro-life before the child is born, we should be pro-life after the child is born just as much.
Senator Scott, thank you. Ambassador Haley, your name was invoked. Would you support a 15-week federal limit?
I would support anything that would pass because that's what would save more babies and support more moms. But you have to be honest with the American people, and I appreciate that Tim keeps calling me out for this. But Tim, there was a bill last year. Lindsey Graham sponsored it. You didn't even co-sponsor the bill. And then when you first were interviewed on this, when you ran, you wouldn't even say you were for 15 weeks. What I am saying to the American people is, let's see what we can agree on. Let's bring people together and decide what we can agree on. I will sign anything where we can get 60 Senate votes, but don't make the American people think that you're going to push something on them when we don't even have the votes in the Senate. It's important that we're honest about that.
Let me go to Mr. Ramaswamy. Would you support a 15-week federal ban, and what is the path forward on this issue?
I just wanted to say, I mean, I think Nikki Haley did invoke being honest, and I at least want to give credit to Tim Scott. He's honest about where he stood, and I think you should be honest, not making a political calculus, but to say, if a bill is served up, would you sign it? Here's my view on this. Speaking as a man, they say men have trouble speaking on this issue. I don't think we need to be that way. It was my home state of Ohio, I'm upset about this, yesterday, that passed a constitutional amendment that now effectively codifies a right to abortion all the way up to the time of birth without parental consent. Why? It's back to that Republican culture of losing. The Republicans did not have an alternative amendment or vision on the table. I know Ohio. I was born, raised, and I lived there. It's representative of the country. If in the state of Ohio we talked about access to contraception, adoption, and also here's the missing ingredient in this movement, sexual responsibility for men. We live in an era of reliable genetic paternity tests that are 100% reliable. So we can say men deserve more responsibility. So we can tell women we're all in this together. It's not men's rights versus women's rights. It's about human rights. And I come back to that case that Clarence Thomas spoke of. A pregnant woman walking down the street. She's assaulted. The unborn child dies in that assault. You find me one person in this country who says that that criminal does not deserve liability for that death. You won't find one. That says we share the same instincts on this issue, but we require, I believe, a different generation of leadership to actually lead us forward and unite the country on this.
Either, did he?
Honesty.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Governor Christie, as
called
you
out
know,
Nikki Haley for not
federal
answering. I don't
limits
think
are
he did
important
either.
to a lot of Republicans. Where do you stand on this issue, and what is the path forward for Republicans?
For 50 years, conservative lawyers have been arguing that the federal government should have absolutely nothing to do with this issue constitutionally because it's nowhere in the Constitution. And then Dobbs comes and we finally gain that victory, which was the creation of a constitutional right out of thin air that didn't exist. And now we have people running to say, let's short circuit the states from doing what they need to do, and let's go right to some type of federal ban at a certain number of weeks. And people on the stage have been all over the place, 20 weeks, 15 weeks, 12, 6. Look, the Frowners were really smart. And this is an issue that should be decided in each state. And I trust the people of this country, state by state, to make the call for themselves. Now, it's going to lead to a lot of divergence. In Oklahoma, you can't get an abortion unless the life of the mother is at risk. In my home state of New Jersey, it goes up to 9 months that you get an abortion. I find that morally reprehensible. But that is what the people of our state have voted for. And we should not short-circuit that process until every state's people have the right to weigh in on it. But here's the bigger issue, Kirsten. The bigger issue is, and Tim began to touch on this, we're not pro-life for the whole life. To be pro-life for the whole life means that the life of a 16-year-old drug addict on the floor of the county lockup is precious, and we should get treatment for her to restore her life. The 52-year-old who's drug addicted should make sure that any of his children who he's passed that addiction on to are treated well too. Pro-life's not just in the womb, Kirsten. It's for the whole life.
All right, Governor, thank you. Candidates, thank you. We're going to take a final break, and when we come back, we'll hear from all of you with your closing statements. This is the NBC News Republican presidential debate. We'll be back right after this.
It's 8:48, and you are listening to the third Republican presidential debate, sponsored by Americans for Prosperity of North Dakota. Thank you, Andrew Nyes, for sponsoring this. Also, food to all our guests up here. Casey Joe's Catering, the meatballs, the mashed potatoes, the gravy, the corn, the bread. It was delicious, boys. Absolutely fantastic. Don't forget you can email anytime, studio@flagfamily.com, and we've got live chats going on our YouTube channel as well as, and our YouTube channel, I believe, is AM 1100 The Flag as well. All right, let me start with you, Scott, and then we'll work around to myself. I got to tell you, Steve and I were talking about this. We didn't get your take on it. Absolutely impressed with how NBC has handled this debate, and I think Fox and all these other cable networks ought to learn from what NBC did, because we all sat here tonight and laughed about it, said, you got to be kidding me. Really, Republican Party, what are you thinking? They set the standard tonight, Scott.
Yeah, I love the idea of, for one, asking a question and having all the candidates respond to the same question. That's only fair. This cherry picking of what issues, and they've done it a couple times where they've not given all five a chance. But for the most part, I would agree with you. The issues that really we need to talk about have been, everything I think we touched on before has been touched on in the debate. So we did that pretty well. So I have to agree with you. They did just fine. I also think the substance from all of these candidates on every one of these questions is pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
Although none of them rise to the level of having the gravitas that Trump does.
No.
And I can't. I don't hear this.
How do you mean that, Scott? Donald Trump would have answered the abortion question any different than any of these other people did.
No, but what I'm saying is the substance is there, which is great, but I don't vision any of them beating Joe Biden. I don't see anybody being the standard bearer.
I'm going to disagree
and have
with you
the
on
fight
that
enough
one.
to.
I'm going to disagree. I have not been a big fan of hers until tonight, Scott. Steve, I think Nikki Haley is doing one heck of a job. I really do. Am I wrong?
No, she's doing a fantastic job. She is intelligent, articulate, and her ability as a mom and a woman to come at it with that sort of that ethos, or just that empathy, that's the word I'm looking for, and to be able just to bring, I'm a mom, I had trouble having kids. I mean, that matters to people. Stuff like that matters to people. So she's very good. I think some of the social issues are the ones that us Christian conservatives may have issues with her in the long run. I don't know that she's talking a strong game on the debt and spending and things like that. I would like to compare her record on how she handled it as a governor to see if she has been as strong in her record as she is in her rhetoric tonight. I think Ron DeSantis has the best record to draw from on anybody, but he's not playing that card well.
No.
There's a way to message that by starting at the beginning of the debate and saying, okay, I'm going to tell you at 10 different points along the way tonight how I have done all of these things in Florida, and none of these people can touch that record. And then when he gets to another point, he says, here's another one, like I've been telling you. And tell him what you're going to tell him, and then tell him that you told him. And he has that opportunity, but he's not using it, I don't think, very well tonight.
I think part of DeSantis's problem is he's got people running his campaign, his handlers. I don't think they understand how to set him up the proper way for these debates.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the Ron DeSantis is Ron DeSantis because of how he operated Florida and how he took on the issues head on. And I think he's got too many people in his head trying to have him nuance every little thing, and it's not serving him well.
And he's not a Vivek. He's not someone that's that great orator and that guy who's going to win you over. That's just not who he is. If it's him, that's why he has to point to his record every opportunity.
Post-show conversation coming up after the debate.
Everyone, with only 2 hours for a debate, we know there are other major issues that are important to Republican primary voters. I'll ask you each to please use your closing statement to focus on any topic you didn't have time to address and why you and not former President Trump would be the party's best choice to tackle these important issues. You each have a minute. Senator Scott, we'll start with you. 1 minute.
There's a crisis that is growing in our nation, and that crisis is cultural and spiritual. We need a renewal, a great awakening. We should reject the left's valueless, faithless, fatherless society. We should turn back to faith, patriotism, and individual responsibility. We should stop choosing victimhood and start choosing victory. We should stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. There are basic truths that built this country. If you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I do not just want to...
Audience, please.
I do not just... I do not just want to win the battle against Joe Biden. I want us together to win the war for our Christian conservative values that changed my life.
Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, you have
That's why I'm asking you for your vote.
Thank you for hosting tonight. Listen, it's a gift to be an American. And I'm running for President of the United States because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing the division. I'm tired of seeing the anger. And I can see in the eyes of Americans their exhaustion. Their exhaustion from the petty, personal politics that have taken over this country.
This is Rich.
Over
This
the
is
last
the biggest
number of
bomb
years.
thrower of division and
I'm running for
anger.
president to be a president of consequence, to do the big things, to make sure that America's role in the world stays. We stand up for our friends and allies around the world, and we stand up for what we believe in right here at home. And it's not to eliminate our differences. Our differences has always been our strength as a country, not our weakness. But you can't truly say you love America unless you're ready to open up your heart to every American. I'm going to open up my heart to every American as president, and I will make sure that I return honesty, integrity to the Oval Office. We deserve and should accept nothing less.
Governor, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Ramaswamy now. Your 1 minute.
We've talked a lot about foreign wars tonight, but we're in the middle of a war right here at home. It's a war not between black and white or Democrat and Republican. It's between those of us who believe in our founding ideals and love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America. And I think it's going to take a commander-in-chief to lead us to victory in that war, who first of all knows that we're in a war. Second of all, can't be captured by the special interests along the way. But third is from the next generation, somebody with fresh legs to lead us to victory. I'll shut down the deep state. I'll declare economic independence from China. I'll keep us out of World War III, and then revive national pride in this country. I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States. He's a puppet for the managerial class. So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up so we can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now, so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just
Mr.
tell us the
Ramaswamy,
truth so we can have an honest
time is
debate.
up.
There you go.
Ambassador.
We get some points for that.
Yep.
Ambassador Haley, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you. The world is on fire. We have a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got China on the march. It is very important that we know how to defend our freedoms and how to defeat terrorism and socialism. We have to know the difference between good and evil. We have to know the difference between right and wrong. We need to know that a strong America doesn't start wars, a strong America prevents wars. And the way we can focus on that is to make sure we go back to the soul of America and be strong and proud again. And we can't do that. We can't win the fights of the 21st century with politicians from the 20th century. We have to move forward. And we can do this. I know we can do this. So join our movement. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and we will once again show what America that's strong and proud looks like. God bless.
Ambassador, thank you.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Governor DeSantis, your closing. You have 1 minute.
We must reverse our country's decline, and that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits, I will take the arrows, I will take the barbs, because it's not about me, it's about you. It's not about the past, it's about your future. We are going to fight for you. I am going to win for you and your family, and I'm going to lead this country's revival. As a veteran of the Iraq War and in the Navy, I will always put service above self as president. As the father of 3 young kids, I'm going to ensure that this country is left to the next generation in better shape than we found it. And as the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my promises, and you can trust me to deliver for you as the President of the United States. I am asking for your vote. I'll be a nominee that will be able to win the election. I will be a leader you can be proud of, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis, thank you. That is going to conclude our debate. The next line says that the audience can hold their applause. That didn't work out. But anyway, for just a few more seconds, I'll ask you to just hold the applause. On behalf of my fellow moderators, I want to thank the candidates for their time and for this spirited debate. Really good, deep conversation, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you as well to our wonderful hosts here at the Adrienne Arsh Performing Arts Center. On behalf of the Republican National Committee and all of us at NBC News, good night, everyone, from Miami.
Debate coverage of the third Republican presidential primary debate begins now on The Flag. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity.
Well, there you go. Number 3 in the books, guys. And I think we're all on the same page on quite a few things at the conclusion of this debate. By the way, if you want to join the conversation, we did this last debate. Phone lines are open. 701-271-1100. That's 701-271-1100. If you want to throw your thoughts in, what did you think of the debate? How did you think NBC handled it? Again, I think all three of us said, wow, way better than we thought. Boy, Steve Hallstrom, clear winner tonight. It's got to go to Nikki Haley.
Yeah, well, her or Vivek Ramaswamy. The thing I don't like about debates is it's a war of one-liners.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. It's a bunch of bumper stickers in a row, and whoever made the zinger, it's gonna seem like they won. But I would say this: who do we think we learned the most about, and who do we think articulated their perspective? That, I think, is how you win, because people have to know you in order to vote for you. I think we learned a lot today about Nikki Haley, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, when Trump went against her in 2016, she was in the mix then too, and I just remember feeling like most of us on the conservative side said, I don't know if she's really a conservative. I came away just thinking she was maybe just more one of those kind of rhinos in the middle.
That's what we're getting in our chat room from some listeners in South Carolina. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
we'll get to that.
And so, but she's been as strong on debt and deficit spending as anybody. She's outlining that she has strong principles on, I think, all the things that we would say constitute the right set of answers. And if I didn't have that baggage from 2016, I would say, and I didn't know any of these candidates, and let's say Donald Trump wasn't in this mix, I would say, gosh, Nikki Haley looks to me like she could be a solid presidential candidate. So I think she did well. Vivek he handles these things like he doesn't give a bleep what you think about him. Like, if I don't win this, no problem. And maybe that's an issue. Maybe we should want him to win it more than we think that he does. But it's like he's out there throwing bombs and, well, let's just see if this sticks. But the way he came out tonight and the way he finished it tonight, it was original. He was on fire. He got people on their heels. But he said the things that we say as we're sitting around talking about stuff, at bowling night or in the car heading out to deer camp. That's how he talks, and I think that's really refreshing. He does feel like a Trump 2.0 almost to me.
Yeah, he's playing out of Trump's playbook without a doubt. I'll say this, and I'm not a fan of this man. I said it before. I think we've all said it that we think Christie's in this just so he can get his jabs at Trump. But I gotta give Chris Christie some credit tonight. He took a jab or two at Trump at the beginning, but the guy actually had some intelligent answers and really seemed knowledgeable on some of these serious issues that we have. So I gotta give some kudos to him. Do I think he's got a chance? Not whatsoever. But he grew up. He grew up tonight.
Well, let me say one more thing before we turn over to Scott. I think the way they did this debate tonight, where for the most part, as Scott mentioned, they gave the same question to everybody and everybody got their chance. Nobody got cheated tonight. Mm-hmm. And what that allowed to happen was good conversation with everybody. And you didn't have everybody yelling over the top of, no, don't answer that, ask that next question yet. I want to get in on that. I want to get on that. I want to get in on that. So when you run a debate where people get a chance to actually say what's on their mind, you learn, plus it makes the whole thing run much smoother, because now you don't have all the interruptions of people shouting, trying to get a word in, because they're going to get a chance to do that.
And they gave each candidate a decent amount of time to get their thoughts, their words out. Scott, let's see what the watch party thought.
Well, exactly right. One of the blessings of these debate watch parties is we have the benefit of watching the debate with a lot of folks who have been here tonight with us and had a meal and enjoyed themselves, hopefully, and we want to get their take. So we're going to give everybody a chance to weigh in on their final thoughts on the debate tonight. I'll start with our sponsor, Andrew Nias from Americans for Prosperity. What do you think?
I thought it was fun. I had a lot of fun watching them argue really tough issues, and again, they really flexed what they know about the issues. It got a little spicy, but it wasn't a bickering back and forth. They took their shots, and they took their turns.
I want to ask Justin, who's going to join us tomorrow on the Real People panel, tomorrow on the What's on Your Mind program as we do the Rate the Debate session. Give us your first impressions.
Yeah, like I said before, I think it was really substantive. I'm shocked that coming out of NBC, it seemed very unbiased. I mean, some of it, yeah, there's a couple little things, but I mean, little. I expected it to be full tilt, very, biased against everybody on there. As far as a winner, I'm torn because, I think I've told you before, I'm more of a Trump guy, I think some of this might just, be a backup plan. But I'd say between, Vivek and DeSantis and Haley, it's almost like a tie in my opinion. Mm-hmm. They all said good stuff. But yeah, I would agree with what everybody else said too. Is Christie again? He said good stuff. I liked that they weren't all up there bashing Trump. And yeah, I thought it was a very, very good debate.
Yeah, interesting. What do you think, sir?
Well, I said ditto before, and I'll probably say ditto again, but that was because of the substance. I thought it was a much more substantive debate tonight. I will agree here with Justin that even the panelists seem to be, more to the point and fair.
Yeah, some wonders never cease. NBC did a better job than Fox News Channel did in the previous two debates, so that's the good part of tonight. Here's a Marine veteran. What's your take on tonight?
I thought it was the best debate so far. I really liked the way Ramaswamy understands the issues and the underlying causes of those issues. I think that's important.
You think anybody on that debate stage tonight is better than Donald Trump as the nominee?
I couldn't go that far.
Still Trump's to lose.
I think, yeah, as long as he can keep himself out of trouble, it's his
Whatever that means, exactly. Who won tonight?
I would say there's about a tie between the three. So they each had good information to say.
The three being Haley, DeSantis, and who?
Ramaswamy.
What'd you think?
I'd say it'd be a tie between Ramaswamy and DeSantis.
And do you see either one of them being a better nominee than Trump?
It's going to be tough, I think.
Yeah, interesting. What'd you think, sir?
I think it was probably the best debate of the three. I don't know that it really changed anybody's opinion of if they have a favorite candidate, but it did give you a good chance to see and hear what all the other candidates had to say.
As a conservative, as a Republican that is, trying to assess the way forward, what did you think of the issues that were brought up? Do you think we covered the issues that needed to be covered tonight?
I think they should have asked a little bit more on the southern border and debt. But there was a lot of meat that was being picked at on the bone.
I think you're right. I think there was only one question from the moderators on the border. A few of the candidates did their best to get the border issue in on other questions, but I never think there's enough on the $33 trillion in debt, that's for sure. What's your take on tonight's debate?
I don't know if I am viewing debates incorrectly, but I don't think you should have a winner in a political debate. Because the point of the debate is to learn about what the person believes, not, I don't know. I don't think that it should be a winner. And I also don't think that there should be as much picking at each other as they did. I think that politics shouldn't be entertaining. I think politics should be about the future of our country, and that's a serious matter to me.
Yeah, it sure is. What do you think of the
Good
candidates? Any one of the five tonight that you say I learned something about them and I got something out of this debate that I wanted coming in?
Oh, I learned something about everybody. So I got what I wanted out of the debate was to kind of get a snippet as to what each of them stood for, and the biggest thing is the differences between them. I want to know what the biggest differences between their beliefs and what they want to accomplish and how they want to accomplish it are.
Interesting. Love your comments. What's your take on the debate tonight?
It was much easier to watch than the other ones. I'm quite surprised that NBC did as good of a job as they did.
Do you think there was a winner?
Yeah, I'd say Vivek, but that's my personal preference.
answering the questions best, or what about Vivek do you like?
He seemed to have reasonable answers for most of the questions he was asked, and then being able to fire back at the moderators.
He kind of, I don't know if he set the stage and helped them realize, I'm sure most of those questions were picked ahead of time. They did pretty good, but he did have a shot across the bow at NBC at the beginning that brought the house down for the crowd. What'd you think?
Well, I think that Vivek won a few points in my mind tonight. I'll tell you why. It's because I came in here tonight thinking that he was just a lot of blather, right? But then I left thinking, well, maybe that's what we need in a politician these days is somebody who, like Vivek, is just willing to speak his mind. He actually says things that we're actually thinking, but no other politician dares say. And so I appreciated that. As far as the economy goes, you know, the one issue that affects everything else we do is what you just said, $32 trillion in debt. If we don't get our handle on that, nothing else, you know, every other problem remains. And so I like Nikki for that reason, that she seems very intent on solving that problem.
She did. We ought to have a debate just on the debt, how we got in the hole, how we get out of the hole. You know, they're right. There was somebody tonight, I forget who, that gave a shot at Trump adding $8 trillion to debt. Of course, a lot of that had to do with the fact that COVID shut the country down, and there was no choice, obviously, but to do what we did. But it's a true fact. But he also got the economy growing, which helps chip away at the interest, and had interest rates a lot lower than Joe Biden did. But yeah, I'm with you. I wish we could really spend some serious time with all the candidates. Wouldn't you love a Democratic debate about the debt? You know, that'd be some pure entertainment there for sure. All right, let's talk with some more folks here. What'd you think about tonight? What's your take?
I found it very interesting, and I learned a lot about each of them.
Anybody you like better after the debate than you did before?
Not really.
You got a favorite out of the group?
No, I'm still contemplating.
But there was lots of input for you to consider tonight.
Right. Yep.
I love it. Okay, what'd you think?
I really like that Ramaswamy doesn't fear calling out the establishment. So I see him as kind of like a backup for Trump in case the deep state actually does something against Trump, which hopefully that does not happen because we absolutely need Trump. Otherwise, our country's screwed.
You share the opinion of a lot of people in this country right now, certainly on the Republican side, that believe that that is the case. What'd you think?
I thought it was the best debate so far. I mean, there was a lot of things that made me think about just what's all going on in their heads. My surprise, I guess, was actually Tim Scott, who said a lot of interesting things. I don't think he's quite the guy for the atmosphere that we're in, but I think that, I mean, if we were kind of going into a more calm, he would be a great candidate.
Nobody bombed tonight, did they? Nobody bombed. There was highlights from everybody. What'd you think tonight, ma'am?
Well, I would agree. I think we had an opportunity to actually see who these candidates are, not just picking at each other. We saw their personalities, very different personalities across the board. I like Scott's personality. I like that idea of just that calm faith, and I actually would disagree. I think actually he might be a good personality to go into this current climate, to just like slow down the rhetoric and just say, no, let's just take a step back. What do we really need? We just need to have stronger families, have stronger faith, and just get back to our roots. So I liked hearing that from him.
Yeah, you're right. He really leaned into that message tonight.
It's a long walk home from here.
We got a husband-wife difference of opinion there. I like that. All right. What'd you think?
I appreciated that Tim Scott would talk about the faith foundations of America. Like, I think that was missed by all the other ones. And I do think also NBC did a good job, like, not being too liberal about the questions and the way they approached it. If there was a weird statement, it was probably Vivek. I think he was talking about the northern border, or northern wall on the border. I don't want that. I mean, yeah, no, let's just not do that.
All right, sounds good. What's your take?
The debate was a lot easier to watch. It wasn't frustrating for me because the last few they were talking over, it was hard to understand their points because they're talking over each other a lot. But I believe this stage is going to be your future Republicans beyond Trump. and we really need to embrace it and try to figure out which one is going to come out on top after Trump's done.
Yeah, good point. If Trump's the nominee, obviously it's his last bite at the apple for 4 years, so where's the Republican Party bench? That's a good point. What'd you think?
First off, I got to show you this. This is from Doug Burgum's camp. Just came in.
Doug Burgum says, did you watch the debate? It was 2 hours filled with petty attacks. That's what Doug Burgum texted you. What do you think of his take on the debate?
Well, I'm not sure what he was watching, but I didn't.
I agree.
I thought this was the best debate that the Republicans have had this year. I don't have a clear-cut winner. I thought they all did very well, although I will give Tim Scott the most improved of the debaters. This was just a good, a more grounded, wholesome. Let's cut the mudslinging, the internal mudslinging, and let's stay focused on the facts. So this blew me away. I just didn't expect this. I thought this was just going to be another one. Well, let's bring the bucket of mud, and there's the white wall we're going to throw it up against, and I figured the name calling, something would come out, but that was just mostly comic relief for the meat and potatoes that they were supposed to deliver on. So
good take. It was kind of a family conversation amongst the conservatives about the way forward. Interesting take on that. What do you think, ma'am?
I think it was overall a very good debate. They all had good points and everything. If I had to pick somebody, I would think Tim Scott would be a good candidate. Again, like what they were saying over there about just the calmness and collected. He's not quick to rise or jump back at some of the comments that were made. I wish there was a little bit more rebuttal between them, just to kind of hear them kind of hash out some of the arguments. Just like 30 seconds of a quick response to their stuff. Tim Scott, I really like that he was one of the only candidates that talked about growing the job force in terms of contributing back to Social Security to fix that problem. And then Nikki Haley, I'll give her credit for the abortion question. I thought she was the most realistic of all the candidates in terms of that issue. Granted, the abortion issue is probably pretty low on the thoughts of most Americans right now. I would hope so, because the economy really should be up there along with the border.
Yeah, although there's something going on in this country with people that haven't previously been active politically that are now out in force. It's why the red wave wasn't the red wave last time around, and it's also why last night was not a good night for Republicans, because there is a group of people that are vehemently pro-choice, that want no restrictions on abortion, that are voting and outnumbering pro-life folks. And so somebody needs to emerge. I agree with you completely, as a voice of reason in that, and sort of reshape that debate and get better at messaging. And maybe Nikki Haley gave us a preview of that tonight. Two more gentlemen to go. What do you think?
Yeah, I liked the format and how everything was presented, but ultimately I didn't really see any reason to not vote for Trump.
Not enough substance from anybody to move you out of the Trump camp.
Right, a lot of good answers, but ultimately, I mean, nothing that really struck home with me that resonated beyond anything that Trump's 4 years had already proven he can do.
Yeah, interesting take. What's yours?
Well, they all rose in my estimation. This was the best format I've out of the last two were just squabbles. Doug Burgum would have really shown tonight if he had been able to participate. They all rose in my estimation. Scott rose and Nikki Haley rose, the two that rose the most. Not that they're the highest yet, but they rose the most in my estimation.
Show of hands, how many people would like Doug Burgum to stay in this race? Get back on that stage, most of you. Yeah. And obviously, he calls them clubhouse rules, but the Republican Party requires a national poll at a certain number, and that continues to rise. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can get that national poll number up, because he's doing okay in a couple of the early states. Give yourself a round of applause. What a great group here tonight that really adds so much to our coverage. Andrew, thanks for the sponsorship.
It was my pleasure. We'll do it again if there's another debate, and it's, what we do is we organize people so that they can make a difference. You don't have to pick a side. We don't have to agree on a candidate to commit to the same principles.
The next debate is December 6th, and that's going to be, again, similar to this one, but the debate I think we're going to really want to watch is November 30th. Ron DeSantis and the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, are going to be debating. So we might have to have a watch party for that. What's that? On Hannity, yeah. Of course, they'll have to debate Hannity, too. Anyway, really appreciate your take. Thank you all very much. Back to you, Jay and Steve.
Scott, great job as always. Love hearing from the watch crowd out there. They all got really good insight, and it's interesting, guys, to hear what other people, what they're looking for in a candidate and what they're taking out of this debate. And the gal right there, when she said, I don't look. Maybe I'm watching them wrong. I'm not watching it for a winner or a loser. I'm watching it to learn and understand. I thought that was pretty good insight. Guys, I'm going to say this, and this may not sit well.
That's right. I said it.
That's right. I said it.
Here's your best Mark Levin here.
I like Doug Burgum. Okay. Doug Burgum, we will not see on the stage again. He's done on the stage. He will not get. He just is not going to get the polling numbers. I think once you're off that stage, and the farther down the road you go, progressing in these debates, and you start weeding, other candidates out, it's impossible. I don't say it's impossible, but it's out there. We're not going to see him on stage again. He's
been a long shot from the beginning. I think he'd tell you that he'll defy the odds again and keep going. I think Doug Burgum's clearly in this race from Iowa through Iowa and New Hampshire. Somebody earlier wanted to know why I thought Iowa and New Hampshire should pick the nominee. I simply mean the primary process, the caucus process, and Iowa and New Hampshire are first.
Yeah.
So you got to win Iowa. If you're number 2 in Iowa, you got to win New Hampshire, and then South Carolina, and
that's the way the game's played.
Yeah. So the process of picking a presidential nominee is done in this primary and caucus race. And so that's, I think what Doug Burgum is saying is I'd rather win or lose there than win or lose by being on a debate stage.
701-271-1100 if you want to join in on the conversation. We'd love to hear from you. You can also email us, studio@flagfamily.com. 20 minutes after 9. We're going to take it right up to just before 10 o'clock. So, again, if you thought the debate was great, you hated it, you found a winner, you found a loser, you thought everybody sucked, don't care what party you're from, we'd love to hear from you. Phone lines open, 701-271-1100.
Doug Burgum has tweeted out a couple of things during the debate. He said, one, we're glad all the other candidates were taking notes on the Burgum energy agenda. Sounds familiar.
Okay.
And he has some points there. He obviously early on has been making that case, and I thought every candidate tonight did a great job of two things. One, talking about the need to have American energy dominance, and two, how that connects to the economy. I thought they did a really good job.
That's a huge piece of the economy. You go back to energy independence, that changes everything.
Here's another from Doug. We need to unleash the American energy industry so we can start selling energy to allies instead of buying it from our enemies. We've been saying it since day one. And another, I was the candidate to say it out loud. We're in a Cold War with China. The way we win a Cold War is by unleashing the economy. As a business leader, I have a proven track record of doing just that. These career politicians stand no chance. So he's taking a shot at the field there.
He is. Well, I mean, you got to throw all the punches now. You're not on that stage anymore. You're not getting that national attention. And again, I want to go back to, I just got to say, I mean, they didn't do a perfect job. But NBC did a heck of a job. They really did tonight. Really good job.
We got candidates to say things that politicians don't say. Like, we have to talk about age limits on Social Security and going back and revising what happens when you're 20 and 30 years old. Politicians don't say that.
No, they don't.
The Democrats are taking notes, and that will turn into a commercial.
Of course.
And they will do that. They talked about things with the debt and cutting spending. Vivek Ramaswamy talks about basically cutting 80% of Washington, D.C.
No.
And I'll make this point because I don't know where else I'm going to slide it in. But in order to win a general election, you've got to win the middle, that 35, 40% that isn't a political animal, that doesn't spend the time we do factoring it all in. But a couple, 3 months before the election, you start paying attention to who says what and who does what and who can play the saxophone on the the Johnny Carson show. And when you take a look at Ramaswamy, some of the things he's saying, that can't win in a general. You're not going to get the average person in the middle to say, yeah, let's cut the FBI. Let's demolish the IRS. And so in that way, I love Ramaswamy as a conservative, but that's why I wonder if he's really in it to win it or if he's in it just to make a show because he's looking for something to do. I don't know his motives for this, but like that's not a message that can win. Much like if one of the candidates would come out today and say, I am for abortion ban, no exceptions, no weeks, no rape, incest, or whatever, that can't win in a general. So I'm wondering why Ramaswamy goes there, because he's got the conservative vote. If you go like halfway to where he went, he would have the conservatives checking that box for him. So I don't understand his theory on that. Scott, do you have a theory on that?
Well, first of all, this is not the general election. This is the primary, and this is about winning the hearts and minds of Republican voters.
Right, but once you put it out there, it's out there. You can't take that back.
I mean, every candidate faces that. Everybody does. And they pivot after they win the nomination and realize they're playing now to a wider audience. So I think, you're suggesting they start the ploy for the mushy
big
middle.
job, yeah.
The mushy
Well, that's
middle.
what they're doing, though, on the abortion question. They're not saying that for a primary audience. That's for a general. When they say, hey, we got to find a common sense, Nikki Haley, we got to get 60 votes, so what can we all agree on?
Well, I think Republicans need better messaging on the abortion issue, period. And I think there was a microcosm of that debate tonight among the five.
Yeah.
Republicans are twisting in the wind because they're seeing bad election results as a result of a whole new class of voters
That's
coming
why they're
out.
hitting the whole abortion thing the way they are now.
They're trying to figure it out, and I give them credit for at least that, because it's a five-alarm fire right now if you're a Republican.
Here's my take on Vivek. Number one, does this guy really have an entourage campaign, people working with him? Is he on his own? Number one,
He's a millionaire,
yeah,
so he's got the money.
But what I'm saying is, does he have this big, vast network of people like all these other candidates? Okay, sitting him down. Okay, Vivek, you can't say this. You got to do it this way. I think this guy is really on his own, knowing he's got nothing to lose. You're right. He's a multi-gazillionaire. And I think in his mind, you know what? If I got a shot at it, I'm just gonna tell it like it is.
There's something refreshing about him. I agree with
but
you.
There is. But that's why we liked Trump, because he just told it like it is. But what I'm saying is he does not have any political experience. When you're talking, Stephen, you're right. You're at some point you're going to have to get to that mushy middle. He doesn't have that knowledge in that, and I don't think he's got a big team working with him. I think this guy's basically on his own, maybe a couple buddies with a little bit of political experience, and he's just going out there saying, you know what, I'm just going to, hey, Trump did it, why can't I do it? I'm just going to tell it like it is. And he is.
You know what it reminds me of? So I just got done running a marathon over the weekend. In every marathon, there's a guy or two that go out and they just blister the course for the first 10, 12 miles, and then they just die.
Climb out.
Yeah. And, okay, I'm dead. That to me feels like Vivek. Like if he got the nomination, it would be the dog that caught the car. Like, now what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Like, now I got to talk to all these other people, and all the things I've said so far are not going to play very well. I'm not going to gain one more vote in this thing, but I love it. And I think as someone who I've had my concerns with Donald Trump, and I've been fairly open about that. But what Donald Trump has taught the Republican Party is, you know what? It's okay to come out and say something that might offend somebody once in a while, and say what you mean what you say, and come out and lay it down.
But back it up.
But I think all these candidates are coming out now and saying some things that are pretty strong, but Vivek more probably than anybody else. In that. And I'll say one more thing about Ron DeSantis. He's been my candidate from the beginning, but he's, I think, getting horribly coached. He seems to warm up a little as these debates go on, but at the beginning, it just feels like he's kind of just woke up from a nap or something.
Who is that?
Ron DeSantis.
DeSantis, yeah.
And to come out right away and just like come out on the fronts of your feet rather than the back of than the heels of your feet and say, listen, there's some things that we need to talk about here tonight. I'm going to start right now. Like Vivek, his opening statement was like, he's won. The thing is over.
Well,
we can all go home because he just is throwing it down.
In Steve's world, DeSantis is running the marathon the complete opposite. He's just taking his time, falling so far behind. Then, oh man, I better really scramble now. Well, now it's too late because everybody's crossed the finish line.
By the way,
a little bit.
By the way, there is a long list of people that would be very good leaders that have been ruined by politicos and by the experts and the pollsters, and you get all that crap in your head and you turn into a robot, and he looks like a robot. But I got to say, though, he performed his best tonight.
For sure. But again, they all performed their best tonight because they actually had time. They had time. They weren't interrupted.
That's a good point.
They weren't trying to say something, and 30 other candidates are screaming over them, cutting them off. And and again, NBC News was able to control this thing. They had it they got it in line. They kept it in line.
Yep.
I think DeSantis's problem is not Ron. I like Ron DeSantis. I don't agree with everything, but I like the guy. He's just got horrible people, I think, in his camp. They don't know what the heck they're doing.
Well, you watch him. He was on NBC's postgame show here a minute ago. And what do you see from him, Jay? He's got his hands moving, and he's like kind of going, he's like ducking his head in and out, and he seems much more engaged. It's just he's not the guy on a stage full of strong communicators and gregarious personality. That's just not who he is. But they have to find a way to at least get him to acknowledge that and come to life in some kind of way. And if you can't do it by being that gifted communicator, you have to do it with your message. And I said it in one of our breaks tonight, that if I'm Ron DeSantis, the first thing I'm doing is I'm saying, all right, in my first 10 words I say, I'm coming out saying, tonight in this debate, I'm going to prove to every one of you why I wax the floor with these other people on record. I'm going to tell you at different points along the way tonight what I have done in Florida, where all these people, they might have had a shot at trying to do something 10 years ago, or they might hope to do it someday. I'm going to tell you what I have done. And when he went through the debate, he did go through some of those things. I sent a plane to Israel to bring our people home. I ended the Confucius Institutes out of Florida. I made it so the Chinese couldn't buy land. But every time he does that, because he's not the gifted communicator, he's got to then come back and say, here's another one for you. Remember I told you I was going to drop these bombs along the way? Here's another one. And so that's just textbook messaging that we do in the PR business all the time, is communicate your point, tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell it to them. And then at the end of the debate, his last comment should have been, I gave you 12 different things and along the way that we have done in Florida that's turned a blue state red, and there's no doubt about that right now. That's how you win if you're Ron DeSantis and you're not particularly comfortable or gifted on a stage.
Here's a statement from the Trump campaign on the heels of the debate tonight. You ready? You ready?
Right, yeah.
Unless you're a fan of cheap knockoffs or out-of-tune tribute bands, tonight's GOP debate was a complete waste of time and money. President Donald J. Trump leads the Republican Party by 50 points. He is crushing crooked Joe Biden in national polling, as well as 5 of the 6 biggest swing states. Voters want a return to the country we had just 3 short years ago, before Biden and the radical left began to destroy it. And voters believe President Trump is the only one who can make this a reality. Simply put, voters want to make America great again. Ron DeSanctimonious and Nikki Birdbrain Haley need to get serious about their rapidly eroding political futures. DeSantis is losing his home state by 39 points and has until December 12th to remove his name from the ballot or suffer one of the biggest home state humiliations in history. Birdbrain's political calling, Birdbrain is Haley, of course, right? You know that, right? Yeah. Birdbrain's political ceiling is already so low she needs to duck in order to avoid hitting her head. They are going nowhere, and at this point, every dollar sent to their campaigns or their super PACs may as well be going directly to Joe Biden. Donald J. Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. It's up to DeSantis and Haley to determine if they want a political future or not.
That's Trump.
Yep.
What else can he say? That's Trump.
Yep.
And you know what?
And the tweets will be flying all night and overnight.
I would
and
agree.
Days to come.
I would have advised President Trump to say everything he said there, with the exception of Birdbrain and DeSanctimonious and DeSantis.
Let's get off that stuff, yeah.
I mean, I think people are tiring of that.
Yeah.
And Republican on Republican fighting is, in my mind, not wise at this point when we need to defeat the Biden regime. But otherwise, he's making some solid points.
Yeah, at some point, the thing that Donald Trump has got to remember is what people have said to him for a while. And he's got to remember that all these other people, the fans of Nikki Haley and Tim Scott and Ron DeSantis, are going to have to get in the arena and vote for him at some point. And he can't alienate them so badly that they're like, you know what, I'll write in
Nikki or whatever.
Yeah, I'll write in whoever you want to come up with, but I am not voting for Donald Trump because he has been such a bleepity bleep along the way. And so when you go scorched earth on your people all the time, isn't it interesting that he didn't mention Vivek anywhere in that diatribe?
I think he's
there?
a fan.
He
Well,
so
he's
you
made
got to wonder
comments
if there's
about
some
Vivek in
sort
the
of
past.
alliance there.
But positively. There's you know, that he was the guy that stuck up for Trump after the first indictment, saying all the Republican candidates should stand up against it. So he's sort of been in his camp. Tim Scott, same thing. So he didn't mention Chris Christie. He probably doesn't think he was worth the powder.
Probably not.
You know.
Yeah, he's going after who he thinks the two big dogs are, and that is Haley and DeSantis. Gentlemen, let's. I'm being told we got to take a break here. All right. So again, if you want to join the conversation, we're going to go up till about just before 10 o'clock. It is the post-game show for the third Republican presidential debate. We'd love to hear from you. If you're hanging out listening to us, be part of the conversation. Join in. We're just a bunch of guys hanging around BSing tonight. 701-271-1100. That'll get you right on the show. 701-271-1100. You can email us, studio@flagfamily.com. We got comments in our chat rooms going on our feeds. We'll get to those before we roll out of here. You're listening to us, by the way. Well, it depends on where you're at. WZFG Dilworth, AM 1100, The Flag, 92.3 FM here in the Metro and points beyond. If you're out there in western North Dakota, beautiful Tioga, KTGO, AM 1090, The Flag, and 92.7 FM. And, of course, worldwide, anywhere, on demand, anytime at AM1100theflag.com. And, of course, on your smart speaker. Again, big thank you to Casey Joe's Catering. Her and her crew do a wonderful job. The food is fantastic. They fed all our watch party folks tonight free of charge. Also, big thank you to Andrew Nias, our sponsor tonight, Americans for Prosperity of North Dakota. All right, let's come back, and if we got calls, we'll grab them. We'll check, see if we've got some emails. We'll do that. Otherwise, it's just going to be three guys sitting here just having a good time talking debate and other things. Again, 701-271-1100. 9:35. Hopefully some calls. If not, well, you get to listen to us for the next 20 minutes.
Got a lot of commentary online in the online chat, so I'll share that too when we come back.
I'll let you hit that when we come back.
Join our online watch party for live reaction during the event at AM1100theflag.com. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity.
When you need to make sure your company is offering the best employee benefits, there's no better place to call than High Road Partners. High Road Partners is an independent local brokerage. That means they work with a variety of insurance companies to pick the best plans. They'll create a custom package that's just right for you, and they'll watch your pennies just like you would. Save time, money, and hassle, and go to highroadpartners.com. That's highroadpartners.com.
Now's the time to start your new career with Northern Plains Equipment. As a certified Case IH and New Holland dealer, you could be Northern Plains' new service manager in Minot. If you have an agricultural background, excellent problem-solving skills, and are able to ensure the service department can efficiently and effectively process repair orders, apply today by visiting plainsag.com. Northern Plains Equipment is 100% employee-owned, offers great pay, great benefits, and opportunity for growth. Northern Plains Equipment is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, it's Scott Hennen. Mike Lindell is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? Doesn't dry you off? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. This 6-piece set has 100% long staple cotton. It's a combed ring spun cotton that makes the towels softer and more absorbent than ever. Towels that actually dry you off. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $29.98 with the promo code SCOTT. Go to mypillow.com/Scott right now and get this great deal. To receive this amazing offer, just $29.98 on the 6-piece towel set. Go to mypillow.com/Scott. Enter the promo code SCOTT or tell them when you call 800-506-9028 you're using the promo code SCOTT for a great deal on towels that actually dry you off from MyPillow.
They say it's all about location. If your business is looking for commercial real estate, consider Jose Investments. They know the buyers and the sellers. They can fit your business right into the right building, the right size for your staff, and the right location. Jose Investments knows where in town, who the players are, and how to get the deal done. Is 2022 the year you need to make the move into a building that fits your operation perfectly? Give Jose Investments a call today. Call Scott Jose at 701-306-8535.
Braun Trucking Inc. is a family-owned water hauling trucking company in Tioga, North Dakota. They're seeking motivated CDL drivers with 2 years experience to haul water in Bakken. They offer great benefits including 401k, health, dental, and vision insurance. Braun Trucking also offers day and night shifts, on-the-job training, paid time off, FR clothing allowance, and competitive pay. Hire on today for a $3,000 driver sign-on bonus and receive 6 months free housing. If you're an employee that goes the extra mile, apply today at brauntrucking.com.
From 1951 to today, Hess has been a trusted energy partner for North Dakota. As a leader in the Bakken, Hess partnerships with suppliers, landowners, and communities have created long-lasting positive impacts. Hess, with a history in North Dakota dating back 70 years, Hess Corporation is committed to making a positive impact across communities in the Bakken, targeting zero routine flaring by 2025. Committed to the production of clean, sustainable energy for the nation and the world through significant reductions in our carbon footprint.
Now, back to post-debate coverage of the Republican presidential primary debate on The Flag. Brought to you by Americans for Prosperity.
We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. It's a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party. You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it. And so the fact of the matter is, I mean, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation? Answer the question. Go.
Mr. Ross.
Sorry. This is how we get our country back. We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
and they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to
That's
Governor
how
Christie. Why you?
He still actually had 3 minutes left, but they just decided, I think we've heard enough.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're done. Yeah. That probably, though, is going to be the takeaway for a lot of people.
Oh, my gosh.
And by the way, his spot on about Ronna McDaniel and the Republican Party and the losses and some accountability, and somebody needed to say that. She was there with all of her, fellow buddies from around the country that voted for her. So, she had to be squirming in her seat last night after that.
The party's got to get, but the Republican Party, I think we can all agree,
they've
got to get their poop in a group, man. They really do. They do not know how to play the political football game like the Democrats do.
Here's some of the comments that came in our live chat during the debate. Haley's policy on abortion is squishy. You don't let people steal banks and then say they're victims and let it be legal to steal. People who kill an innocent life are not able to claim innocence. Chuck says DeSantis doing fine. No one attacking him. Why should he whine like Haley? Another said this debate has been handled better for sure than it was on Fox. We certainly agree with that. James says, I'll take Tim Scott over Haley. He's more genuine, but he's also too nice and hasn't made waves, noise, or problems to those in big government. Another listener took on Trump, said, you're not a conservative and a Trump supporter. The guy added nearly $8 trillion to the debt. So, interesting.
Here's some other comments, too, from our Facebook page. And candidates are all big talkers. They say one thing, then when in office, do something completely different. Yeah, I kind of agree, or I do agree with that. Except for Trump. Trump said it, and he did it. Another one, the debate tonight solidified that the second-place candidates are positioning for VP. The polls show this. At this time, Vivek or likely Haley could run with Trump. And another one, I think Christie, guys, held his own tonight.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
I think he got off the, sort of comic relief he was trying to provide with his stupid jokes about Trump and got actually into some substance, did pretty well. I mean, honestly, none of these five light my fire, but I have to say they did a good job of articulating what we care about as conservatives. So I appreciate that. We do need a bench of conservative voices out there. So, we got that tonight, but just, there's not a lot of just, who are you going to, anybody in that 5 you're going to walk on broken glass for and upend the next year of your life to make sure they're elected president? I don't know.
No.
I don't really see him there. Do you guys?
No.
I have trouble with Ramaswamy as a legitimate candidate. I just do. At 38 years of age, I just feel like you need more life behind you to be the president of this country. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe he could step in and do a fine job, but at 55, I don't feel like I have it all figured out, but I've certainly learned a lot more about the things that matter in life and just the little lessons of life than I sure knew at 38. And he's come out of nowhere to be where he is at right now. And I think we all have had questions about his past. Where did he come from? What's he really all about? Who did he vote for in 2012, 16, 2020? And look, I think he's got a very, very bright future here. But I want to see him pay some dues a little bit. I want to see him go be a senator somewhere. And let's get a voting record for him. It's one thing to come out with all the one-liners and say it. It's another thing to say, look at what I have done. And you can say this. You can say that about Christie. You can say that about Haley. You can say that about Ramaswamy. You can just come out and say, okay, what does your record show? Who were you as a governor that you ran something? Now, he's run a business, and that matters. And I think there's a lot of value to having done that because you know how to get things done and you know how to get people together and direct them a certain area. But I just don't feel like we know Ramaswamy well enough that enough Americans are going to vote for him.
No.
Here's Doug Burgum's statement after the debate.
Yeah, I got it too, yeah.
Over 2 hours filled with petty attacks and infighting. Voters learned why none of the career politicians on stage will be president and why political insiders have no business trying to artificially shrink the Republican field 2 months before the actual voting starts in Iowa and New Hampshire. In business, we never would have gotten anything done if all we did was yell and name call. And he ends with, if we're going to unlock the best of America and achieve our fullest potential, it's going to take a business leader and a political outsider to get the job done. That's why I'm running for president. Pundits, political insiders, and party bosses don't pick presidents, voters do. He might have watched a different debate because I didn't think that was as filled with petty attacks and infighting like the previous ones were.
No, not even
It
close.
feels to me like it was written maybe about 6:30 tonight or something.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's go out for some beers and watch this thing, see what happens. But I mean, there was a little bit of picking at each other, but it was we've all said it was much more orderly.
Way
than the
cleaner,
first two.
way cleaner than the first two. Another listener comment, Ramaswamy sounds like a pushy used car salesman. Sounds like all he has are sound bites. Some of his ideas I like, but he needs to mellow a bit.
Interesting. Andrew Nice with us with Americans for Prosperity, our sponsor for tonight. I see that Americans for Prosperity in Iowa is doing something similar to what we're doing, so we're glad they're following our lead, right, Andrew?
We've got parties, these kind of watch parties all over the country. We have full brick and mortar chapters in 36 states. I saw my colleague Drew Klein on the NBC channel just now, and yeah, I mean it's we're here for it. We really care about the future of the country. And with regard to Vivek, I think why he speaks to so many people, it's not the first time I've heard this, let's get him, let's get some miles on him, let's get a voting record. I hear that a lot. I think what people like is that he's taking a principled stand, and that's resonating with a lot of people.
And he's sticking to it.
And both
he's
those things can
39
be
years
true.
old or 38 years old. I mean, I think it's refreshing to have somebody
All right, let me
from the business world.
let me grab a call here real quick. Hey, Dan, you're up on the almost said on the Jay Thomas show. You're up on the Republican debate. Go ahead.
Hey, so did I hear tonight that DeSantis, when he was talking about the southern border, that he's going to send the military, basically close it down, which I agree with. But did he say he was going to also try to, sanction or tax or something to American companies that are going down to Mexico?
No. That's not what he was saying. He was saying, what was he saying? He said people that come here.
I think he's saying he's going to do what Donald Trump promised he would do, and that is have Mexico pay for the wall.
And the way he would do it was people that are working here on visa sending money back to their country, we're going to tax that money.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it was part two of the whole, I'm going to actually build that wall and Mexico will pay for it because of these like transfer taxes, like you said. Yeah.
Okay, but that's what I was kind of wondering was like these transfer taxes, with Bobcat just, 36 hours ago announcing that they're going to build this multi-million-dollar plant in Mexico.
Yep.
Does that affect Bobcat up here?
Well, that would be money going the other direction, if I'm understanding it right. So they would pay their taxes, I think, like any American corporation would, but I don't think that in this particular case would be applicable to what DeSantis was talking about.
Hey, Dan, real quick, evidently watched the debate tonight. Who do you, if you had to pick a winner tonight, who do you go with?
I don't know. I think Haley made some good points, and I was really shocked with Christie, actually.
Yeah.
I never thought I would ever say that, and I'm not a huge political person, but I was like, he made some good points too.
Yeah, well, he cleaned up his act. He got off the let me slam Trump every moment I get. I mean, he started like that, and we're all kind of looking at each other going, well, here we go again. This is typical Chris Christie, but that's not what it was. And I think part of that, guys, Dan, appreciate the phone call. Glad you're listening to AM 1100 The Flag. 701-271-1100 if you want to jump in. Got any comments you want to make?
The emailer says Vivek is now in the depths of nastiness when he had to drag Nikki Haley's daughter into the debate.
That's keep the kids out of it.
Is there no decency? Is there no decency in this guy? I'd like to know if anyone in the debate thinks that's okay.
Oh, no.
Here's the deal, though. If you're Nikki Haley and you're calling out TikTok and saying how bad it is, and your daughter's on TikTok, it's not a good look.
No.
No,
that's true. But unless your kids, I'm talking adult. If you've got minor children, they are completely out of it. Keep your mouth shut about somebody's children.
I don't think they're minor children.
No,
though.
but I'm saying, and if they're adult children, and somehow they're tied to whatever political push you're doing, or Hunter Biden, okay, guess what? They're fair game. They really are. Real quick here, and I love doing this. It's the Drudge poll. Drudge does this for every single debate. Right now, just over 22,000 votes, and right now, almost 42% of the votes go to Nikki Haley. Ramaswamy coming in about 24.5% of the votes. DeSantis third, followed by Christie, and Scott's just gone. He's at 3%. So.
Guys in the booth, if we can pull up Nikki Haley's opening comment, if that's possible for us. She had a fantastic keynote for tonight, and she hit every box on the list of things that conservatives care about. And I thought it was a really strong way for her to begin this debate performance. And she just never let up. And I'll say something I mentioned during our coverage, that as a woman, she has an opportunity to connect. And even with our group here today, you saw a couple of women that had that connection with her. And again, I hate to keep going to where the general is going to go, but at some point, whoever comes out of this pile, and again, it's probably Trump, but if it's a Nikki Haley somehow, some way that this happens, she has an ability to connect with women that could be a major factor going forward in a year from now. So I think the fact that she is strong, at least what she's saying tonight. And again, I wish I knew her record better when she was a governor and things like that. But she served in the Trump administration, so that gets her some stripes for sure. But what she says right now and the way she handles the questions so well on the abortion issue, very squishy, like has been said here. But that doesn't disqualify her from very many people. There's a reason these people don't want to answer these tough social issue questions, because it doesn't really help you and it can hurt you if you're not careful. And I think she plays that game really well.
The question asked of her was, why you and not Trump? That was the first question. And so it kind of gave him a chance to hit on things. And you're right, she did. She talked about the border. She talked about $33 trillion in debt. She talked about the debt that was added when Trump was president. She talked about wars everywhere and the America being on fire. I thought she did a nice job in the opening as well.
And we've got to also be willing to say whatever Trump added to the deficit when he was president, part of that certainly you can say that him as president, he wanted to spend more on certain things he thought were populist stances, but a lot of that was COVID spending. No. And you had to, CPR the economy at that point. So I get really tired of the Democrats talking about, well, Donald Trump was the first president ever to put $8 trillion on the debt. Okay, right.
All the while, the Democrats are saying you're not spending enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, and border was mentioned here too earlier, and I want to say this about the border. The question I really wanted to hear that I didn't tonight, and again, I think they did a good job overall, but I wanted to hear every one of those candidates say, you're the president tomorrow, what do you do to fix the border? Go. And you heard a couple people say, and Ron DeSantis kind of went there on his own, but I wanted to hear Nikki Haley. What are you going to do about that border? And Tim Scott, what are you going to do? I want to hear specific details about that. Like, how fast are you going to start building the wall? What would you do to free up the Capitol to do that?
I thought we heard some of that tonight from them.
We heard a lot about going after the cartels, which I'd like to hear that because they are a terrorist organization.
DeSantis talked about day one. You declare an emergency and you take on the cartels. And
yeah, I guess I was hoping for more, and I didn't remember everybody getting that question. I thought DeSantis went there on his own, but you're right. He gave a good answer. It was one of DeSantis's best moments, I thought, tonight.
There were a couple of questions where they didn't give everybody a chance to answer. Was that one of them on the border? I kind of kept track of that here and trying to find when the border finally came up.
That is some chicken scratch, buddy.
Yeah.
I thought mine was bad. Wow.
I got every question chronicled here.
And I want to say this one more time for anybody who might have missed that earlier, but we had great conversations tonight on difficult topics about how to handle the debt and an adult conversation about entitlements that you never hear in politics. And Kelly Armstrong said this on my show a month or two ago. He said, anybody who tells you we can fix this debt problem without talking about entitlements is lying to you. Mm-hmm. And he said, I will risk losing an election if I have to say what needs to be said for us to take care of this, but we've got to do something. And the only alternative to doing something about it is just to let it go, and that is a surefire path to insolvency as a country. So I was really glad to hear them all come out and have some prepared comments on how we handle this on the entitlement piece.
Back to the border for a moment. They all did get a chance to answer that. Tim Scott went first on the border question, and it was the border and also fentanyl. What are you going to do? And I heard an answer from him I hadn't heard before. He said, use the military technology we have now to better surveil the border. You don't hear a lot of talk about that, but that is exactly what needs to be done. We have these tools. Our military has these tools.
They do.
Deploy them on the border, every inch of the border, so you can see that. I thought that was pretty good. DeSantis talked about special forces on day one, declared a national emergency. Haley talked about go to the source. Ramaswamy said, bioterrorism is what we had to call.
Yeah, he's used that term before, and I think it's genius.
Yeah, it is.
Because he's 100% right. And when you call it bioterrorism, then you're like, okay.
But he's right. It is.
There's nothing that's there's no step too grand for us to take when you talk about.
Well, I brought this up a couple of years ago. I said, why is our government not looking at these cartels and these dealers that are dealing mass quantities of fentanyl and treat it like a weapon of mass destruction because that's what it is.
And they're terrorists.
Exactly.
And we should take them out like we take out terrorists anywhere around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
And, it doesn't make you just sit here and go, why do more people not care about this issue? Why do more people not care about that border? I mean,
tell you they're going to care when we have the next 9/11 as a result.
Well, Joe Biden's approval rating just on that issue alone, the integrity of our protection of our country. I mean, this is. I hate to throw out terms loosely, but the treason word comes up here because you are allowing bioterrorism from China, our number one political adversary, to come through that. That's where it's coming from. Law enforcement says it left and right. They see it every day. How does Joe Biden have a 2% approval rating in this country, seeing what's happening at the border? I don't understand.
Because here's the problem, guys. When it comes to the border and it comes to fentanyl, you watch the mainstream news, they are not hitting it. They're not hitting it. Social media buries it.
No,
so the average everyday going about their day person.
Talk radio and Fox News, but the only place you can hear about it. Yeah, it isn't front and center like it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, any final thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, on immigration, it doesn't have to be a wall the whole way, right? We can combine combine technologies that we have. But also, I remember Chris Christie mentioned jobs. And man, we don't need jobs right now. We need people to fill jobs. And I think that there could be political will to build a wall or secure the border, however that's done, and reform the immigration system.
Yes.
And I think that that message is a positive one, and it's realistic that you could have a compromise there,
Some kind of
and really
merit-based
get
system.
something done.
But that's the problem. You just said
Sadly-
the key word, compromise, and you cannot get these parties to compromise on anything.
When Joe Biden's let 8 million illegal immigrants in the country, nobody's going to have an appetite to talk about increasing legal immigration, even though we should have started there.
Yeah.
Secure the border, then get a robust legal immigration process going so we can solve the workforce
Listen,
crisis.
guys, we're about out of time here. Listen, Andrew Nice, thanks for being the sponsor of these debates. Americans for Prosperity, North Dakota. Thank you for doing that, man. Really appreciate that. Are we going to do the DeSantis Newsom debate? We got to do it.
Oh my gosh, I think it's going to be more interesting than anything we've seen so far.
I think it's going to be, but I'll tell you right now, DeSantis is better sit down with his people and tell them, get me ready for this thing because I'm telling you, Newsom will eat him alive if he doesn't learn how to get in there. Like you said, Steve, get right to it and start throwing the punches. I did this. This is what I'm going to do.
Just compare your state to what's happening in California. He should be fine.
There you go.
Maybe he's better one-on-one. We'll see.
I wish they'd just set the two down and leave Hannity out of it because, I just want to hear the two of them go at it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, gentlemen, been fun. Thanks, guys.
Community focused, conservative minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM. WZFG Gilworth, Fargo, Moorhead.